Did you think no, that was before they changed that to the interest? Yeah, the interest is there's a new power of regulation. But also, stays up, but it's good.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, council, to our general council meeting. We're all present today. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to our officers, councillors, communications officer, and James, who's sitting in the back there observing the meeting again in his second week here with Central Island Council. So, councillors, another busy agenda today. I think everyone's technology is up and working again, and we're live streaming again, so welcome to the live streamers today. Councillors, we don't have any apologies. Is there any leave of absence people can foresee in the next month? We need to declare. Well, good. We probably had a couple of goes at this today. Well, councillors, we are blessed certainly to have Pastor Jim Pearson here today from the Emily United Church. So he's going to lead us off in prayer today before we start our meeting today. So I'll ask Pastor Jim to lead us off. Thank you, Pastor Jim.
Thank you, Kerry, for your welcome. Thank you again for the reception that you all give me. It's and my fellows as well. It's a quaint but still a very, very worthwhile tradition, I think, that meetings are opened with some sort of short devotional prayer. I'd urge you not to have ended it quickly. Last time that I was here, I spoke and I asked you all what you needed most in your work as councillors. I flew a couple of kites. Perhaps you needed more time, more money, more patience, more long suffering, more compassion. Many of you had a flight to catch later that afternoon, so I guess the answer that you needed most was for me to be brief. We looked at Solomon when he first became king, what God offered him as a young king to enable him to do his job well. A very generous offer God made about, I'll give you anything you want. What Solomon asked for and what he got. He asked not for wealth, not for riches, not for long life, but for wisdom. And he was given it. And following shortly on after that in the Bible is the famous story of two women squabbling over a baby, both claiming the child to be theirs. Of course, you all know what Solomon did. He asked that one of courtiers asked him to bring him a sword, cut the baby in half, give half to each side, one half to each woman. And he soon found out who the real mother was. There are probably times you wish you could do that with some of the people who come across your paths as well. Solomon did go on to be a great, if a flawed, king of Israel. Like many people, he was politically and economically astute and shrewd, but he was morally lacking in a number of ways. And in the end, those moral flaws cost him and his kingdom dearly. He wrote a prayer asking God to bless his kingship. In our Bibles, Psalm 72. Now, I've rewritten it slightly. In some places I've kept the king, that is Solomon, in the text, but in other places I've locally adapted it. Psalm 72 adapted. Give the king your justice, O God, and your righteousness to a king's son. May Central Highlands Regional Council judge your people with righteousness, your poor with justice. May the Central Highlands Regional Council mountains yield prosperity for the people and the hills in righteousness. May Kerry defend the cause of the poor of the people, give deliverance to the needy, and crush the oppressor. May Gail live while the sun endures, and as long as the moon, throughout all generations. May Paul be like rain that falls on the mown grass, like showers that water the earth. In Charlie's days, may righteousness flourish and peace abound, until the moon is no more. May the king have dominion from sea to sea, and from the river, that's the river Euphrates, to the ends of the earth. May Allah's foes bow down before him, and his enemies lick the dust. May the kings of Tarshish and the Isles render meagre tribute. May the kings of Sheba and Seba bring gifts. May all kings fall down before the king. All nations give him service. For it is Gay who delivers the needy when they call, the poor and those who have no helper. Gail has pity on the weak and the needy, and saves the lives of the needy. From oppression and violence, Christine redeems their life, and precious is their blood in her sight. Long may the king live. May the gold of Sheba be given to him. May prayer be made for Central Highlands Regional Council continually, and blessings invoked for it all day long. May there be an abundance of grain in the Central Highlands Regional Council land. May it wave on the tops of the mountains. May its fruit be like Lebanon. And may people blossom in the cities like the grass of the field. May the king's name endure forever, his fame as long as the sun. May all nations be blessed in him. May they pronounce him happy. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who alone does wondrous things. Blessed be his glorious name forever. May his glory fill the whole earth. Yes, we are all leaders of God's people in this place. I hope that's a slight adaptation of Solomon's prayer that brings home that responsibility.
Thank you.
Let's pray. And Mayor, have we got time for the Lord's Prayer? Yeah. You're not that pressed for time?
No.
Almighty, let's pray. Almighty God, from whom comes every good and perfect gift, send down, we ask you, upon all those who hold office in this regional council, the spirit of justice and integrity, of wisdom and charity, but seeking their own good in the well-being of those committed to their charge, they may ever advance your kingdom upon earth and promote the true welfare of your people through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Jim.
Not too long, I hope.
No. I think we'd be overstepping the mark to make a comment in that respect. So, always good to prayer, Pastor Jim. Thank you very much. And thanks for your time, Jim, and all the anointing.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Let's go.
All right, councillors, after we've been led in prayer, and I just wish to, on behalf of us all, and certainly the Central Highlands, to reaffirm the acknowledgement that has been made by our standing committee chairs this morning in respect of paying our traditional respect to our traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. Councillors, we'll start off our meeting as is usually the case with a confirmation of our previous General Council meeting, which was on the 30th of April. There was someone like someone was present there like to move those. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Cypher. Let's just run our eyes over those and make sure that they're right. Quite a few updates there. All right, Councillor, it's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. All right, councillors, any business arising out of those? Any queries, questions, or otherwise? Otherwise, we'll move to our outstanding meeting actions report. Councillors, there is a few there, quite long. Got some detail in it. Any questions? You'll see a lot of those updated comments are only practically a few days old. Nothing there? Right, councillors, we'll keep moving. Agenda items, which will be the other addendum there. Councillors, if there's any idea that you want to add on, or there's something that you think needs to be adapted or modified, we can say now, or we can make that appointment at any time. Just to draw your attention to it. Okay, councillors, material, personal interest, conflict of interest, personal use and benefits to declare.
Mayor Hayes, I'd like to declare in relation to 14.4.1, I would like to declare a material personal interest as I have shares in Telstra. So in relation to that, I will, when the agenda item comes up, I will leave the room.
You'll leave the room?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, councillor Daniels.
Ditto, Mayor Hayes, in relation to exactly the same agenda item, 4.4.1, I have a material personal interest as a shareholder of Telstra, sadly.
Right, so under,
I will be, and in addition to declaring these, I will be using the.
okay, so councillor, that's councillor Daniels and councillor Goldman-Smith.
Now that Chair said I'll declare that.
Oh, let's hope no one else has, otherwise we will have a problem. So councillor Bell, councillor Daniels, councillor Goldman-Smith have declared their conflict of interest in relation to 175D, and they've all elected to leave the room. Any other interest, councillors?
Just for clarification, through the mayor, councillors, this is a contentious matter because as you can appreciate, the shareholdings that you have, no offence, are probably not great enough to influence the behaviour of the company, and the decision that's before council today is not going to result in a major direct material benefit to any of the shareholders who have made those declarations. I can tell you that King and Company solicitors, local government law experts, believe that shareholdings, however minor in nature, are a material personal interest. However, the Queensland Integrity Commissioner, that's Dr. Nicola Stepanov, her view is different. She maintains that the councillor has nothing more than a conflict of interest. So there's a difference in views, and the advice that we've been provided, which is for councillors to err on the side of caution, which we've seen demonstrated here today. But I just thought I'd provide that bit of information to me.
And that's the challenge, isn't it, Mr. CEO, because as recently as our CQ Rock meeting, that's exactly what the message was. And given that there is that conflict in terms of advice, I think we've got no option other than to be cautious.
That's right, and there will be times, as the Mayor's alluded to, that we won't be able to satisfy a quorum, but there is a mechanism for the meeting to deal with matters if that's the case. And we can lead council through that when that time arises.
Right, councillors, all those, we've dealt with all those. Thank you, everyone. And we'll obviously make a note of that when we approach that again. Mr. CEO, there's no petition being tabled.
None received.
Right. Okay, so decision action reports, and as you know, our agenda is broken up into a couple of sections now for discussion and decision. relating to certain communities area. 12.1.1 will be referred to agenda item, which is on page 16. While your agenda is relating to the Comet Show, I'll ask General Manager Dan Fletcher, he might lead us through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, councillors, this report is presented because we have received a request from the Comet Sporting and Agricultural Show Society to provide a financial contribution of $5,000 towards the Comet Show later this year. You'll note in the report there's a little bit of background around what we have provided previously. It is evident that there's a level of inconsistency around how that has been applied, but for further details, Kirsten pieced together this report for you. So, over to you, Kirsten.
Thank you, Daniel. So, through you, Mr Mayor, this request from the Comet Sporting and Agricultural Show Society was received on the 4th of April to seek a financial contribution of $9,000 to the Comet Show, which is scheduled for the 19th of May this year. This was in addition an increase from last year's contribution that was sold from $5,000 to $9,000 due to the wood shopping losing one of its major sponsors. So the recommendation in here is that Central Highlands Regional Council resolve to make a financial contribution of $5,000 to the Comet Sporting and Agricultural Show Society for the 2019 show. So to compile this report, we sought to undertake a bit of research in terms of previous donations for the Comet Show Society, the Emerald Show, and then any other in-kind donations that have been made so far for the Comet Sporting Show. So as you can see in the report there, in 2017 and 2018, donations of $5,000, $2,500 and $5,000 were given to the Comet Sporting and Agricultural Show Society. In 2018, further in-kind support of a one-off nature was requested by the Infrastructure and Utilities team to provide topsoil for a retaining wall for the wood chopping arena. The Council Infrastructure and Utilities team supported this in-kind donation, and we're just relying on the Show Society to advise them when work had been undertaken so that the Infrastructure and Utilities team could come in when they're next in the area to deliver the topsoil for that. The research did identify that there is a little bit of a gap in terms of the in-kind register that we do keep at council, so we do need to further provide an update of that in-kind register so that we can continue to make these comparisons when we receive requests for in-kind donations or donations for shows if you like. So happy to take any questions on that. The one thing that we should consider when we are making the resolution for this is the remaining budget within the 2018-2019 budget for sponsorships and donations. So this budget is identified as being $120,000 for the financial year, and to date $118,000 has been expended. So a donation of $9,000 would exceed this budget, and a budget adjustment would need to be considered, and no further monies then would be able to be spent on any other requests that were received for this financial year without a further amendment. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Kirsten.
Yeah, some additional context, Mr Mayor, if we can, through you. Confirmation from our overseer for the central area, that's Mr Tyrone Meredith, is that council hasn't provided any in-kind support in relation to topsoil. We did indicate that we were willing to provide that level of in-kind support if we had machinery in the area, and the time suited us. Well, we had access to a resource, and we would have been more than happy to perform that in-kind work on behalf of the Show Society. That hasn't transpired, so they've undertaken those works themselves. I can also mention that the council does have a motor grader in the vicinity of Comet, and we will carry out some roadworks in preparation for the show this weekend, just a basic trim and water for dust suppression, and that's the sort of thing that council does do from time to time. And I do take the manager's point that we do need to get more consistent in maintaining the in-kind register so that we've got line of sight for those contributions that are made to important community events and organisations. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And councillors, if I can add just a little bit of additional context, that the sponsorship certainly of Comet, certainly in the last 2 years, has been very much about re-establishing that community show into the Central Queensland or the Central Highlands show circuit, and the reality is, and councillors have talked about the consistency there. These contributions, certainly in the very first place, were seen as getting that facility into shape. So they gave, certainly the contribution is to the Sporting State Society to effectively make sure that venue is certainly suitable to run those show events. And I would think over time, obviously they're not going to be reliant on council. I'm not trying to lead the discussion, but certainly it was very much to get the facilities in a good shape to be able to run the show. So, councillors, over to you if there's a question. Otherwise, because the recommendation is there that we make a 5,000 contribution to that show. And I think from some of the concerns that councillors talked about, that perhaps if we establish a little more, I guess you'd say, consistency around policy in the future, it might be that the instruction is that certainly whilst this is being funds to get the showgrounds and the show society started up, that perhaps we go back to sort of a consistent contribution in the future. So I'm not sure whether that's encapsulated some of the thoughts as well. Maybe councillors, if there's anything else.
Just a question, because I'm just a little unclear in the report. In 2018, we did give a donation. March 2018, we gave $5,000, and then in August 2018, we gave $5,000. Was one of those contributions for the topsoil, or was?
Well, the point I wanted to make through the mayor is that we indicated that we would do that, but we didn't do it.
The money?
No, the provision of the topsoil.
Okay, so I just, like, if you just look at those three, the top 3 minutes, it just doesn't make sense. Did they get, because I can understand them asking in March for $5,000 for a show now, which is big.
It's a typo.
And then $2,500 in November 17. But why would you in August 18 ask for, it looks like retrospective sponsorship for the 2017 show? It doesn't make sense.
I'd say that's a typo.
Through Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that is a typo, so it should be 17 August 2017. So I do apologise for that. In terms of the gap that I've identified with the register, there is no further information about those requests that was available to me at the time of the report, so I can't document exactly what that was for, except for it was sponsorship for the show. So,
But it still doesn't, even if you go, so 1 year, they've got 7,500.
yes.
And then 5,000, and now. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
a possible explanation could be that the Comet show was actually usually held at the end of the year. It's only in 18 that it's changed to the start of the Central Highlands show circuit. If that may be
And I can also mention, Mr. Mayor, that there's probably particulars around those donations. I remember one of those donation requests had some specifics around, we could look that up. It's not represented there in the report.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question just around process really. It's why would the request from Rainbow House for $15,000 for sponsorship of a multicultural festival go to communities, and this one come here? Like, aren't they sort of similar?
Yeah.
What would be the difference between?
That could well and truly go to a standing committee. It's just, I'm not sure just the timing and the agenda brought it to here.
Yeah, well, if it is current process for the majority of these requests to go via standing committees, the ones that aren't approved by myself, then we're happy to make that a consistent approach and not congest the general meeting with these sorts of reports.
No, it's fair enough. Good point.
Well, I don't mind either way. In fact, in some ways, I think it's probably more appropriate that it does come here. So
Well, I think probably in terms of, as you say, consistency and transparency, and we're doing that, then it should be able to go to a standing committee and be dealt with appropriately. It should be a standing I guess you'd say application or focus on it. So happy to do that if councillors are happy to do that.
Well, I just wondering if we're dealing with these requests, we probably should be consistent in how we deal with it. Either should we, I just don't see a difference between the two requests today, really. And I just wondered why that's there.
If I can just add through, Mr Mayor, the only reason is from a timing perspective of the agenda closing information reports, there's no other reason that this could have and probably should have gone to the community standing committee.
Well, there's something we can work on here.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, just, I think if we can make a note for council to revisit and amend its donations request policy, it's not the correct name, but it's words to that effect. We'll bring that policy to council for review and its opportunity to clearly identify the process changes.
Just through the chair as well. Could we also have a report to council on how much goes out in these types of donations in a year?
We can certainly do that.
Yeah. I think we need to get in perspective how much we actually do randomly give away.
Because that 120,000 doesn't obviously CEO, and there's some that would go out under the community's budget. Did GemFest go out under your budget? Oh, CEO, okay, that's fine.
I'd like to see it all, I don't care whose budget it comes out of.
Well, we're happy to provide the information, council, that's no problem at all. A lot of the donation requests we receive are recurring and they're small in nature. Council's got a proud history of supporting schools, for example, and some of those donations are in the order of $250, sometimes they're $500. Those sorts of decisions are made outside of a council meeting. I'm happy to bring a schedule of all the disbursements along with the policy for your consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions, councillors? Good suggestions there. All right, councillors, the recommendation is that we make a $5,000 donation to the Show Society for 2019 show. Someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Bell, seconded, councillor Godwin-Smith. All in favour? Against? Thank you. All right, councillors, moving right along, corporate services, item 12.2, relating to budget review 3. So I think Margaret will do some introduction, but certainly Helen and Julia are here. We'll hand over to Margaret Gowdy, our General Manager of Corporate Services. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Hello, councillors. The report before you is a synopsis of our BR3 movement and our position as at the end of April. So budget review 3 has been undertaken to account for changes since the adoption of the original budget and to account for identified variances and changes in the work schedules since the adoption of BR2 in February. In BR2, we've identified a moderate operating surplus of, I'll retract that. The original budget identified a moderate operating surplus of $500,000. And following adjustments at BR1 and BR2 to account for the early receipt of the bag, the carryover projects and other changes, the revised position was a deficit of approximately 4.3. Changes identified as part of BR3 now shows a revised forecast for an operating deficit of 3.3. And the capital program is forecast to reduce from the BR2 figure of 91.75 million to 85.31. So I'll hand over to Helen now to take us through some of the detail in relation to statement of income and expenditure, financial position, cash flow, changes in equity and measures of financial sustainability. I also have contained within the report detail of the movements with the capital budget, and I've asked each of the general managers to be available to answer any specific questions around the movements there and any projects that are at risk of non-delivery for the end of this financial year. So if I can just hand over to you now, Helen. Sorry.
And Helen, to save your voice, because you're a bit relevant, if you turn that microphone on, pull it a bit closer, it's got a button on the top. You won't have to, for you or Julie, whoever's speaking, won't have to much more to do it.
That's like a karaoke.
So as Margaret mentioned, we've been able to reduce the deficit from the BR2 from $1 million. Now with the operating deficit of 3.3. And I'd just like to note too that with the financial assistant grant, if we had done that at the appropriate time, we would have actually had a small surplus of 1.361 million. Just in relation to the ratios, as of the BR3 process, our operating surplus has gone to a negative 2.3. This is obviously a reflection of the deficit that we have at the moment. We also have an asset sustainability ratio of 140.3%. And then our net financial liability ratio is negative 26%. You can see by the report there that the operating surplus ratio is obviously inflated red because it's outside the parameters of the target of 0% to 10%. The others are flagged as being green because they're over and above the ratio target. So the asset sustainability ratio there is greater than 9%. We've got 140, which shows that we are maintaining our assets to a high standard. And then our net financial liabilities ratio is also green there, indicating that we can well and truly, the money that we have can well and truly cover our liabilities. I think because we are indeed negative there, it does show that we're a bit adverse to borrowers, to have lines and things like that. The statement, just referring to the statement of income and expenditure, we can see there the total operating has decreased a little bit from the BBR2, which is showing at 144 million, that's 141. We have actually improved our operating expenses. You can see there from the report that at BR2 we were 149 million. We've reduced that to 144 million, bringing us to that deficit there that we reported of 3.3 million. Just referring to the statement of cash flows, we can see there that cash flows from our operating activities from the BR2 went from 25 million to 28 million. Sorry, if we look at the net cash flows, it's gone from 39.4 million to 39.9 million. You can see from our net cash inflows outflows from our investing activities. At BR2 it was 71 million, it's now 64 million. Just referring to the cash at the end of the financial year, at BR2 it was 101 and now we're at 108. We've done this probably in the wrong order, we're going back. Probably should have done this statement of financial position. So you can see a statement of financial position from the BR2 to the BR3. Basically, we've got it's pretty much stayed steady from the BR2 to the BR3. There's just a small movement there from 1504012,735 to 1502020,969. So there wasn't a great deal of movement between BR2 and BR3. in relation to the capital, apologies for not being prepared. I wasn't aware that the room wasn't going to be here today, so probably not across the capital.
That's okay, Julie. Sorry, through the chair, not meaning to interrupt, but just to save the day there a little bit. So before I hand over to some of the, or to the general managers to talk about the projects that are at risk of delivery at the end of the financial year. In summary, for the capital, you'll recall, councillors, at the Capella meeting in March, we tabled a list of 52 projects that we thought that could be at risk. And therefore subject to complete or partial delivery. Those projects came to a value of approximately 7 million. 13 of those projects had a budget of 1.3, have been identified as carryovers for the 1920s, so they, in the early part of the next financial year, it's anticipated that they will be complete. There are 35 projects approximating 4 million, which have had a reduction in budget and also will be a partial carryover to 1920. And of those 35 projects, 80% have been indicated to be complete by 30th of June. So a detailed list of those projects for carryover and budget reduction has been attached, as you can see on page 21 and 226 of the agenda. So in summary, at BR2 we had a budget of 91.5 million. BR3 has been reduced down to 85, so there's been a movement of around $6.5 million there. So our long-term financial plan has been updated to include the proposed changes, and the 10-year forecast will be assessed to ensure all our sustainability indicators remain within margins identified in the long-term financial plan. And as Julie has mentioned, there has been some movements within those. And that is it in short. Councillors, if you look at page 23 of 226, it actually details line by line those project adjustments and carryover projects that make up the summary that I've spoken about. And I'm happy to take any questions in regards to that, or to the individual general managers on the projects that are at risk.
Well, councillors, there's quite a few there, obviously, there's a bit of detail there. I mean, is there any questions about any particular ones?
Through the chair to Daniel, the Blackwater Way Bridge, that's highlighted in blue, and there's also...
Is it got a line number, please, councillor?
Oh, sorry, no, I don't have a line number. I'm just, want to print it out here. What page? On page 36.
Oh, right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just some comments on the weighbridge. It is going to be a touch and go whether it's delivery by June 30. So in terms of its at-risk potential, that's really the only drama. Whether it's a couple of weeks beyond the delivery timeframe, so it's appropriately marked as that because we are conscious it may not make the June 30 deadline. The other one,
the same as the Capella landfill?
no, so the Capella landfill is the one I do want to specifically talk about, where there is probably a 6 to 12 month delay in making sure that particular project is sorted with some statutory requirements that we need to transfer land over. So that's the only project which will have a significant delay in its completion as of in the current capital works program. Everything else is potentially 4 to 6 weeks within beyond the June 30 deadline. The Capella one is going to be drawn out potentially 6, maybe 12 months.
And going back to the Blackwater Way Bridge, with the state government levy coming in 1st of July, if it does, is delayed, how will that impact our processing of waste?
Nominally at this stage. So we do have, we have an ability and we can draw down on funds and across in terms of estimate the averages that have come across for the last 12 months. I don't think we're going to be substantially impacted by not having that complete budget there. But fortunately, Kirsten's just joined the room if she has any further information to add.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so what we will be doing for the Blackwater Way Bridge site is seeking an exemption for a period of time. So for our landfill sites that don't have weight bridges, they will be getting exemptions that where they accept commercial waste, which really is on the Blackwater and Loch Leys. If they don't have a weight bridge or there's an issue with the weight bridge, they get an exemption so that it is just manual reporting and approximations of gross weights, like we have been doing at Blackwater in that way. So when people come to Blackwater with their trailer loads, it is approximated and they are charged accordingly. So that will happen for potentially the first 2 weeks while the weighbridge system is being installed.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Daniels, for the question. Any other councillors? Sorry, no, those pages from 35, 36, 37, they're obviously, the key code there says that the yellow ones obviously the carryovers and the projects at possible risk are in blue, so that's fairly obvious, but I mean, we're just referring to those rather than the long form that was in the earlier part of the agenda. Any other questions, councillors, on any of those projects?
Mayor, I have asked Daniel for some answers to some of the NED reports. Just for my information, if Daniel can give it to me, that's just explanation on some of the incomes and expenditures for grant funding.
Through your mouth. On page 35, the flood mitigation building, floor levels planning. I thought we'd already have a lot of that information already. Or is that more of an update? It's about, it's in blue.
About halfway down.
About halfway down. Flood mitigation.
Oh. Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps Gerard, I might be able to comment on this one. So this is a separate project to the flood modelling that's being done with the major amendment flood. It's a separate project sitting within the disaster management office. It has planning in it, which is a bit confusing, but it's got nothing to do with financing.
Okay.
Through the chair, councillor, that is all tied together. Effectively, the consultant that's doing the planning scheme amendments is also doing the review of that bit of work that was requested on infill development at floor levels. I can only say that it's a combined project with one consultant.
So the question Councillor Rippleton was asking is, it's obviously been adjusted. Is that what work is being done?
Yeah, what needs to be done?
I'll have to take that on notice and come back. I'll ask.
Thanks, Gerard.
Thank you.
Questions? Councillors, so obviously that report actually deals with obviously those other statements as well, Margaret. So obviously the resolution deals with all of those information in there. So there's nothing to add to those.
No, Mr. Mayor, other than it was remiss of me, I can go through the major movements in terms of on page 34 of 226, I can go through each of those income items and expenditure items and explain each of the movements there, if that's possible.
I think they're the ones that have explanations. So sorry.
They have explanations, Mayor, and I did ask General Manager of Communities the question before the meeting, and I'm happy to wait for the answer. That's fine. Thank you.
So any questions on those, councillors? I think barely fit on this page, but yeah, no, all right. Well, look, councillors, that recommendation there deals with each part of those reports, as Margaret alluded to earlier, the statement of income and expenditure, the statement of financial position, cash flows, changes in equity, the measures, and the budget review 3 adjustments. So, councillors, the recommendation is that we adopt those. So that's the final review before, obviously, end of year. Is someone happy to move that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Roll, seconded. Councillor Brimblecombe. So it's been moved and seconded. Councillors, all in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you, Murray. Thanks, Julie. And I suspect that Helen is going to earn her keep shortly. Thank you, Murray.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council, this report is before you, titled Consideration for Extended Discount Period for Missed Water Notices. In order to implement the separate billing process for the levy of water charges and the levy of the balance of rates, we had to get some specialist configuration within our current Civica water system. Problems arose from that configuration, which resulted in the rate assessments covering vacant land where no water meter existed being inadvertently excluded from that first half water levy issued in October. The billing of these charges has been included with the second half water levy issued on the 18th of April, resulting in the affected ratepayers receiving two separate notices, i.e. for the period ending 31st of the 12th, 2018, and the period ending 30th of the 6th, 2019. The affected ratepayers have been advised that they will be granted an extended period in which to pay the amount due and to receive the 10% discount. The extension in payment terms requires a resolution from Council as it represents a change from the discount provisions outlined in Council's adopted revenue statement. So the report then goes into a little bit more detail, and again to relieve Helen because she's not particularly well. I can go into some of the detail here in terms of after the issue, we became aware of the issue. It approximated to 593 vacant properties that were not levied, those vacant water access charges, and this represented approximately 160,000 in water revenue for the first half of the year. This resulted in the affected ratepayers receiving the two separate notices, each reflecting the half-yearly change of $275. So in good faith, as referred to in the summary, and to compensate ratepayers for the oversight, the decision has been made internally to propose that those affected ratepayers have an extended period in which to pay their account and receive a 10% discount, i.e. to the 24th of June 2019, compared to would normally have been the 21st of May. So section 137 of the 130 in bracket 7 of the regulation provides us the authority to extend the discount period. However, if this option is taken, section 130 of the regulation subsection 9 requires that the discount period is extended to all ratepayers, not just those with the vacant land without water meters. So this option will require a timely communications plan to be implemented to ensure that the extension is well advertised for all ratepayers. And there may be a reputational risk associated with this proposal, because a large proportion of ratepayers have already settled their account based on the original date due for those water notices. Some ratepayers may perceive that there has been a disadvantage from a cash flow perspective. There's also a requirement under the regulation to set a new date that is after the current due date, which is why the recommendation above sets the 25th of June as the new date of all notices. This proposal also presents a small financial risk to Council, as a portion of the May forecast cash flows may be delayed until the end of June. While the cash flow impact is noted is not a major portion of the Council's overall revenue, it will be still collected by the end of the close of the financial year. So the alternatives that have been considered under sections 120 to 122 of granting concessions of within the local government regulation, it would require all affected ratepayers to lodge an application for a concession. The concession could extend the payment period, but would be in the form of a rebate and not a discount. So apart from processing applications, it also requires a lot of journals to be done in Council's accounting system to apply the rebate. And Council would also have to move a resolution that identified the issue of two notices for the full 12 months at the same time had caused a hardship to all affected ratepayers. Whilst that may have applied to some, it is unlikely all affected would suffer hardship because of the two notices. So in summary, the failure of the software updates to recognise vacant lots where a water meter is not connected has resulted in a large number of rate assessments not being levied in the first half access charge in October. And to correct this issue, two access charge notices have been issued to affected ratepayers in April with an extended discount period to provide extra time for payment. Council's adopted revenue statement has allowed for the 30-day discount period, and a council resolution is required to allow the extension provided in the April warning notices, and to apply that extension to not only the vacant landowners but the ratepayers receiving the warning notices.
So councillor, I think we've been briefed about some of this, and obviously to make sure this is remedied, obviously the recommendation he talks about obviously the first race notice and the second one, obviously that just needs to change. It was interesting to note that there is 597 vacant lots that the water meter connected to them, but in view of the obviously that glitch in the system, obviously that the marketing and the information will talk about obviously that extended period. So, is there any questions, councillors? Yeah, councillor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's wrong if we don't discuss this. The glitch that you spoke about, or the failure in the software updates to recognise vacant allotments as stated in the summary, or the glitch as you mentioned, it's not a glitch in the system at all. It's something that was emitted from a technical data recognition, whatever, on or off. And it's more of a failure of ourselves not putting in processes as we roll out Toto and roll out any update. We don't double check, triple check prior to. And as we go forward with technologies, we need to be able to put in safeguards that these measures are not overlooked. The dollar figure that would have been less on the totals that we put out should have been recognisable that there was significant reduction in our revenue. So all I'm asking is that we take this exercise that we've gone through and the difficulties that it's rolled out for us, because we're going to go through a lot of software updates and we need to be double checking these or triple checking. And I'm sure there's already checks in the checks and all that sort of stuff, but this is an oversight. You can't say it's a technical glitch or a software update failure.
Well, I don't know exactly what it was, but I mean, I guess someone here might have done that yet.
Through the Chair, Councillor McIntyre. Due to the fact that we did not split the general rates from the water notices prior to doing this, one could sit here and discuss whether it was an administrative error or an oversight from our perspective, or whether it genuinely was a technical and system error. The advice I've been given was that it was the latter. Due to the complexities, I suppose, within Civica having not been configured to do the splitting, we potentially did not have extra controls, as you say, in place to ensure that we double checked, triple checked, to ensure everything reconciled, and we had, and all of those vacant land parcels had been levied those rule changes. So in regards to moving forward with Toto, we will absolutely lessons learned from this process and ensure that we have adequate controls in place to ensure that it's not repeated.
Right, any other questions? All right, well, there's your solution there, that obviously that to make sure that in terms of the regulation, we're doing the right thing there in terms of the notices and the dates. Obviously, as I said, part one of that recommendation refers to section 130 and names the date of the water notices that issued in the first instance, in the second instance. So those issued on the 16th and 18th of April will be amended to have an issue date for once issued on the 16th of April, a new date for payment being the 25th of June, and for those on the 18th of April, a new date will be the 25th of June as well. So, and the second part of that is obviously we obviously advise our community and promote the changes above via a communication program. So, someone happy to move that? Councillor Brimble, second Councillor Rolfe. All in favour? Against? Sorry, we'll do that again. Those in favour? Against? There's 8-1. All right, councillors, now we move pretty much straight forward through to 14.1.1. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Helen. Which is the minutes of the Western Queensland Local Government Association on page 49.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, thank you. Councillors, I don't intend to go through this because we've already covered it in an earlier report to council from my attendance at that event, and you will note on the agenda under the information section there's another report about the actual content of the conference, whereas this is just about the minutes of the AGM. So I hadn't taken any questions. This is where we thought, for completeness, it was important to bring the formal minutes to council so that you got them, even though we understand the outcomes from a previous report to council.
Over to you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. All right. Well, councillors, for those that didn't attend, any questions there? We're all good with those? So, I notice we don't have a recommendation, but just noted. Just for noting. Just for noting. Right. No questions, councillors? Right. All right, let's move right along. Councillors, just noted, thank you. 14.2, which is back under our Communities Department, the Development Application Update for April 2019. General Manager Daniel, you're handling those. Oh, no, sorry, and Joseph is here as well with Kirsten.
Mr Mayor, through you, councillors, our monthly update for April to be presented by Joe Sill. 36 development applications have been lodged, and we'll go through the details of their app, and also a really good time to acknowledge some positive information that's come back from the community around turnaround times, not directly in response to the DA form, but it certainly has been a timely opportunity for the planning team to receive some good feedback on their customer service. So we just want to note that before we go through our monthly report. Over to you, Joe.
Good afternoon, thank you, Daniel. Mr Mayor, through you. As of the 25th of April, there were 36 development applications lodged with Council for assessment. These are summarised within Figure 1 of the report in terms of their respective development categories, with reconfiguring a lot representing the greatest number, followed by industrial material change use. Applications pending decision can be found within the report attachment and on Council's website. Figure 3 of the report gives an overview of the number of applications processed by Council since August 2017, including the number of applications received in the system and decided. Since the last update to Council, the planning team received 7 new applications and decided 6. The decided applications are detailed in the figure in Table 1 of the report. Should the need arise, time can be set aside to discuss any specific details related to these applications with the assessing manager and the Manager of Planning and Environment. The planning team has no DA in focus to present to Council today, though with the remaining time, and through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to seek direction on how the Council would like to continue to receive this report on a monthly basis. These suggested alternatives being the report, the Council has stepped to receive this report as an attachment to the General Council Quarter Report, or that the Council set to receive this report with no presentation of the report, except for on the occasions where there's a DA in focus update. So that's normal, or to maintain the status quo how we're currently presenting the report.
So, and clearly, Joseph, and this was a discussion we had in relation to certainly the incentivisation discussion around regional and rural, I suppose you'd say, communities at a Central Highlands level. But clearly, the bulk of those applications are certainly within Emerald, very little activity. Certainly in some of our other smaller communities, that'll probably be reflected, I guess you'd say, in that research work we're doing. Councillors, are there any questions about any of those applications? And some of them actually we dealt with in council in fact, some of them, so. That's pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of value in this information. I mean, and I'll just take number 31. For example, the application by Sojitz for the whole loading facility, including the rail roof and sliding, like that's like I say, a high impact project and, yeah, and one that's an important one down in that part of the world that we've been waiting for, so, you know, it's nice to know that this information comes to us and we have a level of awareness about what's happening and when it's happening and, yeah, so there is a lot of value in
Continue
we've
presenting
said.
the current way.
Well, I mean, what are your thoughts about the alternatives?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report could still be drafted in the way it is, but attached to a portal report. So we did provide those alternatives in the report last month about just the format. So keeping the format in terms of how it all looks, the look and feel. So looking at the applications received in other areas, the applications to date, what was decided this month, but rather than the team having to come present each week, whether or not it just formed part of the development and planning portal report, which is an attachment to the general council meeting. So all councillors still get that. It wouldn't go to a standing committee, it would go to the general council as part of the formal report. So whether or not that's something we wanted, and then when we do have applications of note that we do want to highlight certain things of an approval that happened in the last month, we could certainly bring that to the front of the agenda as opposed to it being in a portal report. So it's completely up to you. We just wanted to seek guidance on whether you still see value of us coming to present it each month, or whether it could just be part of the portal report that council receives on a monthly basis with all of the other stats from building and plumbing as well.
Could be a portal report, because the reality is we can look it up and track anyway with the information that's provided on this report, and if there's anything further we need to make.
And we would have those conversations offline as it is anyway,
Yeah.
so.
And I think it's great that you continue presenting the applications of note, because I always find it beneficial to hear that detail.
Yeah.
So even if, you know, I mean, I know the track, you can use a lot of plan number, or you can use the actual application. So, I mean, even if the format was as a track there, so people could just, you know, very quickly reference the track number and get into it and keep, you know, exercising that and practicing, obviously using that. So it is what the Deputy Mayor said, very, very key when I think some, you know, parts of our community wonder if, you know, we in fact are the development application managers of certainly some of the bigger resource applications in whatever shape or form they are. So it's nice to have that, so, and to see them come through this.
And track does have the functionality to see applications that have been decided in the last month as well. So if there's an instance where a particular application you would like to see as a DA in focus for the next meeting, that could be identified that way in preparation for the meeting.
I'm sure you love coming to doing the presentation, so if that's something you really enjoy doing, could be, I'm sure, accommodating.
We certainly don't want to lose Ryan's application of the month opportunity.
Yeah, we'll try to spread it around.
Okay, Joseph's. Any council, any other questions?
The portal report, is that what you say, that's a definite? We're going to portal reports?
Well, there's portal reports done on a monthly basis from the development and planning team every month, so that has all of the stats in terms of the planning information is extracted out, so it's got building, plumbing, planning stats, and so what's happened in the month that was, what's happening, what's predicted for the month ahead. And so essentially, the second part of that portal report could be this in an attachment. So the report format for this still remains the same, but it's essentially Appendix A to the general development and planning portal.
No, just make that clarification, thank you.
Right, councillors, anything more? Well, it's just, as we said before, this is one of the report sections, so that the recommendations here will receive that. So someone have to move that? Moved by Councillor Nixon, second Councillor Daniels. Moved and seconded, all in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, thank you, Kurt. All right, councillors, we are now at the, item 14.2.2, which is your Community Satisfaction Survey 2018. Suzanne and Paul and another special person in the presentation team. whose name will become obvious to us all in due course. I'll hand it over to General Manager Daniel Fletcher. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. This is Debbie, everybody, from Enhance. And Debbie was part of the survey team that's certainly compiling the results and analysing them and providing up to ELT around that. And due to her expertise, we've invited Debbie up as well today to essentially replicate that presentation to Council. And I'd also like to acknowledge the management team members who have joined the gallery for this report, because it is quite important, and I know certainly this information is quite a privilege to be able to present to Council at this stage. The results are good, and the results are great in some areas, and obviously some opportunities for us to focus on as well, certainly in some of the engagement areas, but I won't go into much of the detail at this stage, and I'll let Suzanne, Paul and Debbie do that, but I do think this is a timely opportunity for this report. It certainly hasn't been delayed by any stretch of the means, but we wanted to get the right time to present this and get the right people to present it for Council. So I'll pass it over to Suzanne.
Thank you, Daniel. And through the chair. So today's debrief summarises the findings of the Community Survey 2018. And the purpose of that obviously is to update you on this very important information, but also to recognise high-performing areas of success, as well as low-performing areas for our improvement. So I'll pass straight over to Paul Turner, who actually led this project.
Thanks, Suzanne. Through the chair, utilising the same survey tool to measure trends and comparisons in the Central Highlands region, 5 survey iterations had been previously conducted by the Population Research Laboratory at Central Queensland University. Central Queensland University no longer provide population and research services. Therefore, 7 alternative market research providers were sourced and voted, quote, with enhanced research being managing Council's community survey project. The survey instrument was remodelled on the 2016 version with a couple of improvements to reduce time and duplication. On behalf of Central Highlands Regional Council, I welcome Debbie Smith, Senior Research Director of Enhanced Research, to provide a summation of Council's biennial survey.
Thanks, Paul. Through the chair, firstly, I'd just like to say thank you very much for having me up here in person to present these results to you. And we've also really enjoyed partnering with Central Highlands Council on this research. So as Paul mentioned, we'll be presenting some of the key findings from this research. And as we go through, if there are particular questions that any of you have, feel free to ask as we go through. And at the end, we can also see if there's any further questions or queries that you have about what was done or any of the findings. There is also an accompanying full report, which I believe you also have, and this is just a condensed version of that pack that I will be presenting to you today as well. So as Paul mentioned, this is the 6th wave of this research that's conducted every 2 years, and it's the first wave that was conducted by Enhanced Research. The primary objective of this research really is around providing an understanding and insight into the current performance of the council from a community perspective and identifying the needs and expectations of the community. Given that it was an ongoing program, the methodology and the overall approach, and very much fundamentally the questionnaire tool itself, also remained the same, so that we could continue to track results comparatively and see where things had shifted. So based on that, we conducted a random telephone survey across the Central Highlands local government area from our call centre in Fortitude Valley in Brisbane. We completed just under 400 interviews, which again is comparable to previous sample sizes. The interview length is 30 minutes, which is quite extensive, so it's quite a long survey. But despite that, the actual response rate that we got from your community members is actually very positive, and the response was very good to this research. So that's certainly very encouraging from an engagement perspective. So just to give you a quick snapshot, the way the research was designed, the actual profile of who participated is reflective of the overall population of the Central Highlands local government area. So from an age and gender perspective specifically, and in line with the ABS census population for this region. But there are just a few other sort of facts up there around the types of people who participated in the survey. In terms of, family representation, home ownership, their employment status and that type of thing, as well as how long they've lived in the region for and also their future residency expectations of the region. And where it's relevant, I'll also let you know where there are sort of key differences between some of those audiences, because there are some general trends in terms of where scores go up and down depending on who actually responds. Okay, so just firstly, the first section is just around the 3 key performance indicators that are used in some of the reporting. So the first one was in relation to overall satisfaction with the facilities and services provided by council. So the score achieved this year was 71%, which is very much on par with where it was the last time the survey was conducted as well, which was 70%. The second KPI was around satisfaction with, I guess, the overall characteristics of the community, and that score is actually an average summary of those individual ratings for community satisfaction on the right. So that overall score was 70%. It's a slight reduction from 2016, but not a significant one. And I think the key thing with that is that the scores that actually feed into that KPI on the right that you can see, they're very varied from the point of view of, 44% being the lowest sort of score, right up to 86%. So there is quite a variation in what feeds into that average as well. But essentially the overall rating was very much on par with where it has been previously as well. And the third KPI area was around how people feel about living in this region. In 2016, it was extremely high at 95% of people enjoy living here. And this year, it also achieved 93%. So again, very much on par. It's an extremely high score to begin with. So the fact that it's even still in the 90s is an impressive score. Okay, so when we delve into some of the specific areas, the first section is around living in the community. So again, this just shows the year-on-year results around residents' enjoyment of living in the region. So as you can see in 2018, it was 93%. But again, that score has been consistently high and is very much on par with where it has been. Open-ended responses from people about what they like and don't like so much about living in the region. The positives very much focused around the country and community, rural aspect of the community, how friendly people are, the size of the community, helping with sort of people forming relationships and that type of thing with each other, that it's safe and the level of crime is low, and also good support for elderly people as well. Some of the downsides that people note was really around just the isolation from the larger towns and cities, the transportation facilities and the cost of travel, the lack of recreational activities outside of football that would appeal to kids, some limited access to medical and aged care, and also some comment around the council rates being quite high. So when we look at those individual aspects year on year as well, so again, most of the time the scores have been relatively consistent. This year we did see a couple of declines in 2 key areas. The first one was around that it's a safe place to live, so it had been very consistently high and it has declined significantly this year, and also that it's a good place to bring up kids. So that sentiment around that has actually dropped this year as well. So on a positive note, the friendliness factor has actually improved up to 80% this year. So it's not a significant improvement from where it was 2 years ago, but essentially it's at its highest level since the survey was first conducted in 2008 as well. And then we look at the bottom 5 ratings, again, they're still relatively positive, and with the bottom 3 areas sort of scoring more around that sort of average mark. So we have seen a drop in decline in terms of satisfaction with access to other major centres, but generally there has been a bit of stability and levelling out in a lot of those other scores since last year, or sorry, 2 years ago. Okay, so the next section is around rates and provision of services. So here we ask people around their satisfaction with value for money. So this score, I guess generally as an overall score, is on the low side, being 33%, but it is actually at the highest level since the survey commenced. I think the challenge with these types of things is that when it's anything to do with value for money and that trade-off between sort of, services and money and things like that as well, people are never necessarily going to be super happy regardless, but I think it's positive to see that it has sort of been on a bit of an upward trend as well. It's not to say that there's still not improvements to be made about that, and whether that's a case of, people understanding what they're actually getting for their money and that type of thing as well. But it has improved slightly, which is good. And certainly older residents, they are much more likely to feel that they get good value for money in the region than your younger residents. So in terms of this question that's been asked for the last few ways around, I guess, that trade-off between whether people would prefer, lower rates for reduced services or to keep it the same, or higher rates for more services, you can see in this year's research that it's very much consistent, where about a third of people would actually prefer lower rates for reduced services. Whereas, other people, the vast majority generally are quite happy with the status quo. But generally what we found was that where there is a preference for people paying less but also receiving lower services, that is driven by your younger community members as well. And then that can potentially be driven by a multitude of factors, in the sense that, they often have children and they've got other expenses and that type of thing as well. And potentially they're not necessarily wanting to access the same level of services or the types of services as older residents as well. So the results are very much on par with where they had been previously in that regard. And then when we have a look at the overall level of satisfaction in facilities and services, so this is one of the KPI areas that I mentioned before as well. So again, you can see the year-on-year result is extremely consistent in terms of that overall satisfaction with the facilities and services that you provide, and that's particularly driven by Emerald residents. So you can see the Emerald residents, their satisfaction is 82%. Whereas the overall is at 71%. The key reasons for people who were dissatisfied with facilities and services was really around just that they're limited, that youth don't have enough to do, the focus of council on the larger towns, and also around issues with recycling, pick-up and frequency. So then when we have a look at satisfaction with the general presentation and the aesthetics of the area as well. So again, satisfaction with this area is very high, so it's at 82% this year, and it has sort of been on a bit of a gradual increase since 2012. Generally, the results that we found in these areas was that, again, they're driven much more by people in Emerald, whereas those scores are much lower for people living in Blackwater and Springshore regions. And again, that focus of funding and investment for Emerald being a key driver for those that were dissatisfied, and some issues around maintenance of infrastructure like parks, roads and recreational facilities. So when we go further into facilities and services, so generally when we look at some of these different areas, so these are, I guess, sort of an extension of some of the services that sit outside directly what council is responsible for, but it's still important to get a sense from people about how they feel about these wider services and their access to them, that type of thing as well. So generally there was quite mixed mixed satisfaction with these sort of services. So you can see that they range anywhere from 10% satisfaction when it comes to transportation and things like that, right up to higher satisfaction in relation to education as well. But generally what we had noted was that there were declines in a few key areas like education, aged care and public transportation this year as well.
If I can butt in there, just to clarify, my eyes aren't quite right. Candles are too bright. Health services and education, is it health services on the bottom?
The very bottom, the 10%.
That 10%?
So that should be
is that
public transport. That's public transport.
Oh, that's public transport?
Yes. It's the three coloured one.
So which one is it? Which one's the top one?
The top one is education.
Education, childcare, health services, disability care, aged care.
So healthcare is the actual green, sorry, it's the second, is the green one.
Yes, the green one, correct.
okay.
Yeah, and that's been quite
Thank you.
stable, if that's okay, yes.
No,
No, you're right.
The other side, that one threw me over.
No problem. Okay, so then when we have a look at some of the more infrastructure related measures as well, so we generally found that the satisfaction with sort of road related infrastructure is quite stable. In relation to the maintenance aspects of it, those ratings do tend to be a little bit lower, but again are quite consistent at that level as well. So we really haven't seen any variation for quite a number of years from the point of view of satisfaction with the road-related infrastructure areas. And in terms of other infrastructure-related areas as well, so again, satisfaction generally with the rubbish collection services and that type of thing is extremely positive. There was a slight decline from the point of view of satisfaction with the transfer stations this year as well, and also just in relation to traffic management as a general infrastructure area as well. So, but they are still relatively stable, but there was declines in those two key areas from the point of view of those satisfaction metrics. And then when we look at water and sewage related infrastructure as well, so these do tend to fluctuate quite a lot. So you can see how much change there tends to be. They do tend to be a little bit cyclical in nature, and whether that's the case of being driven by environmental factors, climate, rainfall, etc., different things as well. But what we've tended to find is that there has been a bit of a drop off in satisfaction this year in a number of those key areas. But again, it sort of is coming down from a peak 2 years ago. So, so there has been a drop, but there was a high point last time as well. So, so yeah, so there is a fair amount of fluctuation with that general area overall. So just as a final area when we talk about council facilities, so generally the satisfaction ratings for things like parks and playgrounds and sport and rec facilities and that type of thing as well tend to be quite average or just slightly above average in terms of the overall satisfaction measures that we have. And generally what we saw this year was that there was just a decline from the point of view of satisfaction and heritage protection. And again, that was very much in line with where it's been previously. It just peaked last time. So, so the results overall, are still quite consistent. There was just that little change in one particular area, but it brings it more in line with where it's been historically. And then when we look at other sorts of facilities, so things like pools and shopping facilities and that type of thing, so we found this year that there was some declines in satisfaction with a couple of key areas, primarily in relation to shopping facilities and also with cultural and entertainment facilities. But other than that, the other key areas around libraries and pools and things like that tended to be quite stable in terms of how satisfied people were with those facilities. So as I mentioned, there were quite a few differences noted across some of the results. So we've just sort of summarised them in a fairly short way here, but you can see that when it comes to council facilities, age plays a factor in the sense that your younger residents, and by that I'm talking about people that are under about 35 years of age, tend to be less satisfied with things like the parks and playgrounds and the sport and recreational facilities. From a regional perspective, we found that Blackwater residents had lower satisfaction with most of the facility and services areas, so in particular libraries, pools, public amenities, heritage protection, sport and environmental conservation measures. And also just length of residence as well. So the longer term residents also had lower satisfaction with a few key areas as well. Okay, so if we move on to regional management, so we just asked a few statements around just the broader area of sort of how satisfied people are with the regional management in the region as well. And again, you can see that there has been, you know, some fairly significant changes over time, but generally what we found in 2018 was that the results have very much stabilised and are very similar to where they were in 2016 as well. So prior to that, you know, there was quite a bit more variation noted. Generally, the satisfaction is somewhat on the low side, but I think the key challenge with this area generally is that it's also something that people may not necessarily know a lot about in terms of what's actually going on in that space as well. So in terms of making an informed assessment, the lower satisfaction doesn't necessarily mean that they're not satisfied, they just might not know. So there's opportunities there around, well, what are we actually doing in this space? It doesn't necessarily mean that you're performing poorly in that area. And again, when it comes to regional management, there are differences in terms of, you know, younger residents being more satisfied with town planning, and the older residents are more satisfied with the tourism development that's going on. And again, the Blackwater residents have lower satisfaction in terms of regulation, economic development and development of tourism as well. Okay, so if we move on to environmental issues, this is a broad area where there are actually, I think, some quite positive gains in terms of changes in perceptions and satisfaction and some good opportunity areas, I think, as well. So, so generally what we found was that around about a third of residents think that there are environmental issues in their area, and again, that's quite consistent with the levels that have been seen historically as well. When we ask people, you know, what those environmental issues are, you know, they're quite varied in terms of, you know, rubbish and litter, the rehabilitation of mines, you know, toxic water runoff, weeds and drainage, waste management and things like that as well. So we do have the full list of all of the specific comments and things like that that people have made, which has been provided as well. So there are all of the comments and things that can be looked at if people are so interested as well. So we also asked people about, you know, their willingness to potentially subsidise additional recycling, so whether through rate payments or other sort of methods as well. And there has been a significant improvement in that area in 2018 in terms of people's willingness to do that. What we tended to find is that there's a lot more emphasis among your younger residents in particular for engaging with more environmental topics and issues and that type of thing. So there's more willingness at that younger population base to sort of push through some of these other environmental opportunities as well. So then when we looked at that, in terms of upgrading water and sewage infrastructure, you know, in terms of people's support for costs being passed on to them, it was a slight drop from where it's been previously, not a significant one, but generally it's sitting at around about, you know, 50% in terms of whether people are willing to support that or not. And then the other area, and again, it can again see that, you know, there has been quite a positive uplift and it is at a high level in terms of, you know, people's support for, you know, limits on water being put in place to reduce consumption and things like that. So there is, you know, I guess, willingness out there for people to engage in initiatives and things like that to potentially help with environmental topics. So these are just a couple of results, just more around, you know, what people say that they have and that they're doing, and that kind of thing. So, you know, the majority of water saving methods that people have in place at the moment in terms of their dual flush toilets, low flow shower heads and their timers on sprinklers, things like that. Generally we found that, you know, the older residents and those that have lived in the region for longer we're much more likely to, I guess, have more significant infrastructure put in place through things like tanks and that kind of thing, which makes sense. And also differences in regions in the sense of, you know, the more extensive level of rainwater tanks and things for Spring Shore residents as opposed to people living in Emerald, for example. And again, when we look at people's self-reported behaviour in terms of, people recycling what they can, you can see there's been a really big increase in the survey results this year from the point of view of people saying that they're really recycling, everything that they possibly can. That has really shot up this year, or people just sort of recycling and trying to do the right thing. They might miss a bit of stuff, but that's quite positive to see that that at least feel like they're more engaged and that they're working harder. Whether or not that's true or not is another matter, but at least they feel that that they're actually doing what they can. And generally, just forgetting to do it or just not having a curbside bin for recycling are the key barriers for not recycling more or better. Okay, so then we'll move on to perceptions of local government. So again, we looked at a few key statements and how strongly people agreed with these statements. So it's around things like, that the local government has good knowledge of the issues, effectively represents the needs of the community and is doing its best to look after all of the communities in the region. So you can see the results there, generally, I guess are sort of fairly average or just slightly below average. They're generally similar to where they've been historically. There was a bit of an uplift a couple of years ago in those key areas. But again, I think generally this represents a good opportunity from the point of view of, communication and education around what is it that is actually being done, what is local government actually doing, and that type of thing as well. And the community does have an appetite to want to hear that type of information, which we'll show you later on as well. So interesting when we look at this question that was added in as well, more around, if people feel like they actually can have much influence. So generally we found that, the majority of the community don't really feel like they can influence local government decisions. Older residents are slightly more likely to feel that they can, not sort of drastically, but they do feel more. So I guess it's more difficult for sort of the younger and more sort of middle-aged residents in particular to feel like they can actually have some sort of level of influence over what goes on at the local government level. Okay, and then when we look specifically at satisfaction with council, so this is where I think there are some good opportunities as well. But what we tended to see this year was that there was some declines in a couple of key areas, and it was really around customer service and also information services did drop. They are the two highest measures as well though, but we did notice that there was that significant drop in satisfaction in terms of the provision of those services. But generally the lower performing areas, which have still been relatively stable over time but are performing lower, is really more around people's satisfaction with being informed, being engaged, being kept up to date, being consulted with. So it's very much around, do they feel that they're engaging with you? Do they feel they're hearing from you and that type of thing as well? So there's certainly some opportunities, I think, around people wanting to hear and know more about what's actually going on and being kept up to date. And again, there are some differences there in terms of satisfaction with council, so by region. So again, Blackwater residents tend to have lower satisfaction in terms of information services and the way that they inform and consult the community, and also length of residence as well. So just longer term residents have less satisfaction in terms of how council interacts with the community. So when we look at overall satisfaction with how council is performing as a whole, so the results this year is unchanged to where it was in 2016 as well. So again, sitting at 45% of people being very satisfied or satisfied with council overall as a whole. And in terms of satisfaction in dealing with the councillors, so again, so that result has been very much consistent. It's still on par with where it has. Probably there's been an overall downward trend over time. The incremental declines year on year aren't significant, but probably if we went back and compared where it was at the start to now, that would be a significant decline. But generally, there is sort of, average satisfaction from the perspective of dealing with the councillors. But in terms of the dedication of the elected councillors, in terms of, I guess advocating and serving the community in comparison to state or federal parliamentarians, the results are similar to where they were previously. So overall, half of the community feel that the local councillors are more dedicated than state or federal parliamentarians, or equally so. So it's only a small percentage who feel that the councillors are less dedicated, and that generally that level hasn't really changed. So overall, generally people are quite happy, and they certainly feel extremely strongly about the fact that the local councillors really should be local to the area, and that has remained unchanged over time as well. So when we look at council contact and communication, so again, in terms of whether people had contact with the council office over the past 12 months, it was sitting at 58% in 2018. So it's overall again been a slight sort of drop off, but again not significantly. But overall, over 3/4 of the people who have had some sort of contact with council officers felt that their query was adequately answered or resolved. Generally, that contact was through Emerald Council Office or Blackwater primarily. And then when we look at the actual experience that they had, so the people who have had contact with the council office in 2018, so generally, the effectiveness and of that query is been quite high. So, it's been quite consistent. So it's 57% feel that it was excellent and good. But overall, the satisfaction and the helpfulness of the council office staff was very positive. So really, the vast majority of people feel that, that the person that they dealt with was very courteous and helpful, and to a lesser extent courteous, but potentially was not able to give them the answer or assist them, but that level has been quite consistent, but overall it is quite positive. So then when we look at people having contact with other council staff, so not specifically the council office, but other council staff as well. So this year around 4 in 10 residents have had some sort of dealing with some other council staff, and again the outcome of that interaction was largely positive in terms of the courteousness and helpfulness of that staff that they spoke with. And generally when we look at information provision and I guess the appetite for that, there certainly does seem to be appetite in the community for more information and feedback about what council is doing and the activities that are going on. So, overall, around 60% of people do want more information provided about the activities. You can see that the access via the website, has been sort of fairly consistently high for the last 3 waves of research. It's generally stabilised down in terms of the level of people who are accessing the website. But generally, preferred information channels, are shifting a little bit more to the digital sort of mediums from the point of view of email and social media, and also, secondarily, the letterbox drop as a preferred channel. Okay, so just to summarise some key opportunities, and this is just purely high-level opportunities from the research itself. So I think definitely, what we saw in the research results, are the challenges around, perceived inequality and the performance gaps between the different communities within this broader region as well. So generally, there was lower satisfaction in many aspects for people living outside of Emerald or Capella. The perceived focus of resources on Emerald being an issue, perceived lack of services, investment and funding for areas outside of Emerald, and just generally maintenance of infrastructure, parks, roads and recreational facilities. The next key area was around opportunities. I think definitely to look at other opportunities for environmental services and things, there does seem to be a willingness and an appetite to look into that more from the perspective of things like recycling, water usage and that type of thing. And again, the sort of newer and younger residents are generally the driving force behind a lot of that desire for increased environmental services and initiatives in the region. There's also definitely seems to be an appetite for increased information, engagement and responsiveness from council. So, they definitely seem to want to know what's going on and that type of thing. And I think given some of the ratings in certain areas being on the low side, again, not necessarily due to poor performance, but I think due to just a lack of necessarily knowing or having information about what's going on and that type of thing. So, and just the final one there, that, in terms of non-council direct services, there are declining levels of satisfaction in some of the key areas such as aged care, disability and childcare services as well. So although not a direct council related service, there's still something which is quite important and an opportunity, I think, to continue focusing in that area wherever possible. So there are just a few high level opportunities from the research specifically. So before I hand back to Suzanne to talk about the next steps from their perspective, does anybody have any questions or comments or anything about any of the findings?
There's 28,000 people in the region, so 398. How do you then get the level of between larger communities and smaller communities? So where, you
Absolutely. So essentially, I guess to start with the first question around the overall sample size of 400. So generally, a sample size of 400 for community surveys largely is, I guess, almost seen as sort of the right number from the perspective that it's sort of often the best trade-off between accuracy and cost. So in terms of I don't want to bore you too much with statistics and all that fun stuff, but generally the sort of maximum sampling error that we get from a sample size of 400, after you get beyond that sort of sample size, the sampling error only reduces very marginally, and yet you have to increase your sample size exponentially. So generally you have to quadruple your sample size to then halve your sampling error. So generally the sweet spot is 400 surveys. So beyond that, the changes in sampling and stuff are very minimal. From an overall random sampling perspective, so what we basically do is we make sure that of the 400 interviews, that it is reflective of the overall sort of, I guess, geographic spread of households across your entire region. So obviously it will skew to your larger population centres because they have more people in them. But when we analyse the results, when we talk about differences in results between, people living in, say, Blackwater versus Springshaw versus Emerald, we actually test those to see whether they're statistically significant. So even if we have differing sample sizes, we actually run statistical analysis to see is that difference between them actually statistically significant. So if it's not, we don't report on it. If it's not, essentially it's within that sort of margin of error. But if it's actually statistically significant, then it actually means that that change is a real change. It's not just due to, the size of the sample within that. So, but essentially that survey design is meant to be representative of your entire region and that sort of fallout across your region. I hope that answers your question.
I have a question on the number of people that actually participated, because you've made telephone contact with 398, but 49%.
So 49%
was the response rate.
So 49% is the 398.
Yes.
Yep. And so essentially, 51% of people, you know, also, so essentially an extra 51%, it's almost the same number basically, refused. So essentially they were contacted, we made contact, and they refused to participate. Yeah. But again, a response rate of 49%, it might sound terrible, but it's actually quite good, and particularly considering the survey was 30 minutes, that would put so many people off. That's a lot longer than what we would recommend it should be, but that's how long it was. And so the fact that even 49% of people were still willing to do a 30-minute survey is remarkable. So it's actually a very good response rate.
I can, I was just going to say through the mayor, it's interesting because the LGAQ carry out a local government community satisfaction survey as well, and there's some trends there that they have picked up on that are certainly evident in our community's results. And one of those seems to be around keeping a community informed, and local government tends to be quite modest in what it's working on, what it's achieved, what it's proposing to work on, and filling that gap. You know, newspaper readership is not high, not everyone's engaged in social media, and I know our comms team are working on how we can, I suppose, step into some of those spaces where we may not be, to try and engage with people more, not with propaganda, but with real information about what's happening and what's about to happen. Because we thought, you know, that criticism seems to come through. I've just read some minutes from a community consultation meeting that was held in Emerald in 2012, and those exact same issues were raised in that meeting that have come through in some form in some of the survey results. So somehow keeping people informed is a challenge.
It is certainly very much a challenge, and I think that it is difficult because people do want information in a whole raft of different ways, and I think people are having to be much more innovative and creative in terms of, you know, utilising things like community events and other sorts of things as well to sort of share information. But I definitely agree that in the research that we do in other councils and even for state government and things like that as well, that, you know, there's definitely an appetite for, you know, just giving people, you know, interesting but factual, like I say, not propaganda. They just want to kind of know what's actually going on, you know, in a concise way so that they feel educated. And that's why I think, you know, when we look at some of the results that you achieved, you know, it is difficult to necessarily identify, is it a performance issue or is it actually just the fact that, you know, people don't really understand. And historically, you know, when we look at some of those results in comparison to other local government results, they'd be probably quite consistent. So, you know, I think it's more around the opportunity to educate people on what you're doing rather than necessarily a performance shortfall from council, you know, in that particular area.
Interesting that remark you make on the county game to the mayor. When we talk about the performance of council, there's some of those questions are perhaps not even within the realm of council control or influence to an extent, or some responses might be influenced by something out of our control, but local government can be the unjust recipient of that negative criticism. So, I mean, that's not the case all the time, but there's a few examples there where that relates to.
Certainly, absolutely, and certainly, you know, off the back of the research, and obviously Sue's going to be talking about next steps and things, but generally, even from a research design perspective and things like that as well, you know, we're going to be working, providing feedback back through the team as well in terms of how we would, you know, potentially restructure and that type of thing in terms of sort of, yes, you know, what is a core council responsibility so that people can understand and assess you based on that, and then look at other areas which are still interesting and you still want to get feedback on, but that there's that clear delineation, you know, between sort of, you know, what you're doing and how you're performing versus, you know, just wanting to know what other areas are of importance to people within the community. And a lot of it is just around, yeah, the restructuring and the ordering and that kind of thing, and what's actually being asked where and that type of thing within the survey itself. So, but I see that there's massive opportunity within the research program generally to actually capitalise and maximise how and what we're asking the community to try and sort of, pull out some more of that insight for you.
Oh, no, it was one of our,
Similar.
yeah, one to kind of
One-
do respond.
Maybe one last question from me, not quite a promise, Debbie. In your experience, or Enhance's experience in doing this work for other communities, what in your mind stands out as a unique initiative that's worked, not a knee-jerk reaction, but something that's interesting that a community or that a council has done to respond to perhaps some poor results in any area, I suppose, just to get the creative juices flowing for us?
Absolutely, thank you, that's a good question. I think a key area is really just around feeding back what you've actually found to the community. So often, and we've done this a lot with other councils as well, is even just, pulling together key information and being very transparent around what has been, achieved through the survey and what you're doing about it and that kind of thing. And actually, whether it's just through, development of an infographic or, something like that, essentially, you want to share it with people and say, look, thanks for your feedback. We really appreciate the response that you gave us. These are the key areas. This is what you said we need to work on. This is what we're doing. So I think it's very much about, using the survey as a way to actually feed back to people. And often, it was something that wasn't done a lot, historically. I think people kind of got research and it got locked in the cupboard and didn't necessarily get seen beyond the council walls. But I think that's shifted a lot nowadays, where, it can actually be quite a useful tool to actually say, well, hey, you told us that you need to work on this area. So look, we're going to be doing X, Y, and Z and that sort of thing. So, it's seen as a good thing. So that would be the very first thing that I would actually be looking at doing is
sharing
this back. Yeah. Absolutely, and being very transparent about the good and the bad and what you're doing.
Any other questions? I guess I'm just on from Zoom.
Great.
Trying not to do death by PowerPoint, so thank you.
Very interesting.
Through the chair, may I just add some comments?
Sorry.
May I just add some comments to
Yeah.
the next steps? It is in the report, but just to highlight to councillors that as we've obviously been working very closely with Enhance and Paul's been having those conversations and taking their advice, and we do have a plan, as you would see in the report, to create a comms plan so that we can thank the community for their feedback, and we can certainly highlight what we found to be going well and those areas for improvement and what we're doing about them. And in terms of the doing about them, like what are we going to do? So the corrective action plan has been drafted that the management team will be looking at this week, with a view to looking at the percentages of things that have gone in a downward trend more than 10% between the last survey period and this survey period, and also looking at things that sit under 50% overall, just to go through that validation process, like what you were saying earlier, Deb, of looking at is it something that we can do something about, or is it that we're not communicating well enough to let people know what we're doing? So validating first if there's something we can do about it, and then if there is something we can do about it, the management team can certainly nominate those actions and then take those actions out so that we can make improvement between now and when we do the next survey.
Thanks, Suzanne.
And it's important to the Mayor, Suzanne, for councillors to get involved in how we might like to or choose to react to some of the feedback. And I don't know, councillors, but probably taking the liberty here, but this could be an ideal opportunity to use some of that workshop time that's been delineated in the calendar over the course of a few months or between now and Christmas to unpack some of this in more detail, if it's something to think about.
Well,
thank you.
Right, well, thanks, Suzanne. Thanks, Paul, and thank you to Debbie Smith. I would have had a crack at a name before and I said Smith, but I might have got to Debbie. But thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much for having me. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Well, councillors, the recommendation is there that we receive that report. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brimelkane, seconded. Councillor Nixon. So that we receive the community survey 2018 report. Councillors have been moved to second. Those in favour? Against? Thank you. Right, councillors, the next item is 14. point 4.1, councillors Bell, Daniels and Godwin Smith have declared an interest in this particular item, and they've self-managed themselves to go out of the room for the discussion in relation to this particular agenda item. So if they want to leave the room now. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I just want to catch up with you all. Right, councillors, this falls under the Infrastructure and Utilities Department. Gentleman Gerard, do you want to introduce your team that are here? So what do I do? All right. 40, sorry, councillors, thanks for paying attention for me. Councillors, this is under the Manager of Customer and Commercial Services, Michelle Webster, I apologise. And this in relation to a lease. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, you'll be aware of a Telstra lease matter that we've been negotiating for quite some time in regards to a facility at Doringa. We brought this matter just back to you as an information item in regards to previously. We had put forward the term of the lease to be over a 20-year period, but that to be 10 years with 2 options for 5 years. Telstra had to come back and requested that term be 2 10-year periods. So we really just wanted to put that before council to ensure that there was no concern from council's perspective. And should there not be, we would then now in a position then to progress to execute those leases and put that in place.
Just a comment, I think nearly took us 10 years to get there, so I'd like to move that we go ahead with that. 20 years will be up.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Yeah, well, and thank you very much, General Manager Michelle. That's obviously an update in respect of just that slight change, but it's good to know the detail. So, councillors, no questions really? No. Moved by Councillor Nixon, seconded by Councillor Rolfe. All in favour? Against? Thank you. All done. All right. We're going to proof that in
behind you. The gentleman
barely sat down.
Stephen.
They'll be pleased to know that the impact on their shares.
Shares will go up now.
It's a simple, minimum method.
All right, councillors, we are at our infrastructure and utilities departmental update on page 142. And certainly Kim Downey and Peter Manning will come down here to help, and I'll pass over to Gerard Jubay, who's our Manager of Infrastructure. Thank you, Gerard.
Thank you. Through the chair, councillors, we've just got 6 activities we want to report on. The first 3 is sitting in Kim's area, is just an update on the levy decision from 2017, update on the LM grants transfer and upgrade, discussions being held with Southern Water, and then urban addressing, and Peter Manning will provide details on the draft project management plan for the draft management strategy review, water security plan, water levels, which he does monthly, and then for information just about our the fact that the partial project is to the troops, and with Kim, I can support you in the fact that I wrote off both your reports to save you on our receipts and
Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. This first report is a bit like my reports this morning. I was given the task of providing an update on the items listed in that resolution. It was very much a catch up and get across all the projects that have happened between now and then. Just very quickly, the raising of the Vince Lester Bridge. The preliminary evaluation report has been completed and endorsed by DTMR, and we have also applied for funding through the Queensland Disaster Resilience Funding to progress a business case for that project. Those applications are currently being assessed with advice to be received by 30 June 2019. Project B, advocate to DTMR, racing the Nigulla River Queensland Rail Bridge. Advocacy for this is continuing as part of the Vince-Lester Bridge upgrade business case and regular meetings between TMR and Council. Advocate to DTMR for removal of existing timber footbridge. I did actually find some correspondence from DTMR acknowledging that the bridge had some obvious structural issues, and they suggested a Bailey Bridge as a possible short-term replacement. This option is actually being investigated as part of the current new Nigulla River recreational bridge as well. So, item D, continued and ongoing liaison with Insurance Council of Australia. They have received our flood modelling that was completed as part of the levy business case. An updated model would be provided, completion of the new modelling done as part of the flood plan management component of the flood overlay, the planning scheme. And just some statistics that were provided to us by our IT department. Doing flood extent searches is actually very popular and very well used through Council's website. Item E, engage with Sunwater and DTMR to increase the capacity of LN1 drainage system. There has been high-level discussions between Sunwater and Council being undertaken to progress ownership and potential transfer of LN1 drain. With advocacy to seek support and funding from DTMR Minister Mark Bailey, and then further advocacy through Department of Resource, DRNME Minister, to progress transfer as well as funding for the upgrade of the drain. Some correspondence has actually been sent to Sunwater regarding both. Item F, investigate mitigation options at the Selma Weir breakout. This is being considered or was put up for the 2019-20 OPEX budget bid. At the moment it's unfunded. And G, further development of our existing early warning flood alert network. So there has been a series of new gauges installed. Extensive field and planning work have been undertaken, particularly around the Carnarvon where we're having issues making it all overlap. Surveys have been completed and Council work with Sunwater to complete the installation and register survey new sensor line at the Fairburn Dam Alert River Gauge. Funding application has been submitted to the state seeking a grant to upgrade the Rain River Height Gauge and early warning sirens. There's $390,000 to undertake design and construction for that, which is offset by external funding. Final tender documentation has been received, ready for advertising. Target is to have the system installed, commissioned and tested by June 2019. That is the last update I had on that. I would suggest that's not going to happen. Item H, public education and awareness about flood safety. There is ongoing education program as part of SES's Community Open Days and through Council's Emergency Management Dashboard. Item I, complete the development
an evacuation plan for town of Emerald and surrounds. Consultants have developed an updated high-resolution flood model over Emerald using new LiDAR data. There is still some additional building and floor height to be captured to enable an evacuation planning workshop to be conducted. Project planned for completion end of 2019. And item J, seek funding that will enable additional vegetation thinning and clearing as well as excavation of the Nagoa River. Phase 2 of that program, comprising those remaining sites, is estimated to cost 2.5 to 3.2 million. We did apply for funding in 2016-17, but the application failed because of inadequate cost-benefit evidence. Any questions on all that?
I'll take over for the other one. Council's update on the L1 transfer and upgrade. We've done a bit of due diligence in the background to try and get a bit of a handle on more than just the regional the region application we did in, a few years ago, and updated estimates of costs to more recent. At this stage, we still liaising with Sunwater on the basis of a principal agreement to progress the potential transfer, but obviously subject to funding to facilitate the upgrade. There's a map attached which really then describes the detail, which I don't think is previously been provided, but the detail of the sections of the urban L1 drain system that is being proposed for transfer. So if there's any questions along those blue lines, it's effectively from Tyson Road and the Claremont Railway line to the east, all the area that is shaded in blue, skinny blue and open expanses blue, all the way through the Oxbow down to Nagoa River. What we have there further is just a breakdown and update of the revised current cost estimates as they stand. So the total value of those upgrades, the L1 drain, including the culverts under the Gregory Highway, is an order of 4.4 million. That has all been included in our correspondence, draft correspondence to the two ministers in terms of lobbying for funding. On the ongoing, the capital enhancements is, if it becomes a council asset, is how do we maintain and probably get benefit out of recreation, etc. along the banks of the drain. There's a broad, high level of focus in there, potentially the type of stuff we could invest in, infrastructure we could invest in if we wish to enhance that asset. The ongoing maintenance side of things, there will be basic maintenance activities. We've basically based that on the current Sunwater maintenance works, which is roughly once a year by the sounds of it, in the order of about 50,000. We may have to maintain it at a higher standard, slashing and etc. to have the benefit as a recreational asset. We've described other operational costs that may be incurred at this stage, so we're looking in the order of about 120,000 per annum in terms of potential operational costs. Cost recovery, which is probably the critical thing, there's critical revenue stream. At this stage, there is drainage charges applicable. We pay for our urban drainage, which I think we're getting away with. I shouldn't say that, but we are getting good value for money. We're paying about 8,000 per annum for our current drainage discharge into the L1 drain. We believe there is potentially a revenue of about 60,000 per annum out of irrigated and non-irrigated agricultural land that's discharging directly into L1 drain. I think that may be a potential revenue source. And we're not sure at this stage, but all we have is that potential pass-through cost through some water could be in the order of 100,000 again, we're not sure what that revenue may or may not be, because we'll have to now deal with the Fairburn Dam Irrigation Network group that's coming into formation on the 1st of July. That's it. If there's any questions. Or is the mayor for CO want to add anything to this conversation?
I haven't before heard that we're going to put a toilet block in the bottom of LN1. I read there we're going to put amenities in.
Well, we're not saying we will, we're just saying that if we do create amenity, to what level? I'm not saying we're committing to it, I'm not asking council to commit to it. All we're saying is if it becomes a recreational asset, as in a walking trail from Tyson all the way, up to Brayside, that if you create extra amenity, is there a need to provide extra infrastructure? We don't have to provide anything. It's just an idea. It's not tested. It's basically just a high level what you would want to put in there and potentially wants to cost.
More importantly, maybe the upgrade or the potential upgrade to the culverts. Our culverts the greatest option, and the upgrade suggested in the report, is that adequate not to have any back pressure on the ingress side or the high side?
To explain that, and our correspondence, unfortunately, is for the draft, I didn't have John included here, but basically, the culverts are a constraint to any capacity improvement. So if the Gregory Highway culverts aren't upgraded, we're not achieving anything by upgrading the capacity of the going upstream. So yes, the culverts under the highway is absolutely pivotal to increasing any capacity in that drain. So that is clear that without our upgrade of the highway culverts, there isn't really a project to deliver.
And the extension of that road is the evacuation to the north.
Yeah.
As we upgrade those culverts, will they be a little bit higher than the ones that are presently there? Or?
We haven't, it should be, but we haven't got to that level of detail. In terms of, I haven't seen any design drawings other than concepts, but yes, with the ultimate solution, there will be marking and we will ensure that it can be achieved.
So through the chair, we're getting like a positive feedback around the upgrades for the LN1. Like, are we getting any feedback back from the advocacy that we've done?
Well, I think to add to the discussion, I'm being very careful with my words here because we're not in a closed session and there's obviously still some negotiation to go, but it would be fair to say there's been a very, I guess, a great deal of goodwill in terms of these sorts of assets being transferred to council. There's a certain willingness from some order to obviously facilitate that as best they can. And we're certainly cognizant of, certainly the clear direction that this council gave about, not obviously taking on some liability. So I think there's been an acceptance and an agreement between the parties that they understand their relative positions. And I think to the point where there's a feeling that in respect of needing these funds, quite happy to go to ministers to make sure that these happen as part of an amicable arrangement to potentially transfer them. So it's been very, very much collegial, and certainly a clear understanding of, and that the information that's been provided most recently has been, the most, generous and sort of detailed cooperation we've had with some order of council. We've been aware of the conversations we've had with DTMR. They have in fact designed an upgrade to the crossing. It has been done since 2014-15 as a subsequence of the commission inquiry after the floods. So, there's a whole heap of, I suspect, ducks in a row that can be, I guess you'd say, made to happen, provided there's a level of cooperation between the parties trying to achieve this. And I would think that between this organisation, the Central Highlands Regional Council, and some order, they'd make a pretty compelling case to the minister to have, I suppose you'd say, a completeness of the transfer of the Sunwater assets, particularly in relation to the farms with the fin and in terms of the township. It makes sense to do this, and obviously there's got to be the right, I suppose, compensation to make sure that happens. Councillor, any more questions on the L1 grant? And probably from where is it at the moment, we're just obviously corresponding with Sunwater and the minister, so that's happening as we speak.
Oh, one question, sorry. The excavating approximately 80,000 cubic metres over 3.15 kilometres. What depth is that roughly?
All I have in terms of context, it's not deepening the drainage widening, so effectively I think up to 15 metres widening within the current corridor is how that extra, how the capacity is increased. So we're not deepening the drain, we're widening it effectively. Does that make sense? So you're not changing the hydraulic flow, we're just changing.
What's the approximate width of the present?
If one looks at those plans, I think that 15 metres can be accommodated within the current plan, so a reserve or corridor. I have not analysed the project to that extent, but if one looks at that dark blue line, I can only assume, given the average width through there, that is the original application and concept that was prepared is based on fitting it just into that corridor that's there. So there shouldn't be land acquisition required.
So I'm not worried about acquisition, I'm just worried about the volume of soil that's going to be moved.
The figure is 80,000, and again, this is all based on the work done on the regional application.
All right. Councillors, we'll move on to the next one.
Voices back.
Councillors, we have received advice through various sources that some of our emergency services experience difficulties in identifying houses by number in some of our smaller communities. So just looking at ways that we can assist in this. So just very quickly there, proposing to undertake a few reasonably simple steps to start with. The first is issuing actual town maps to every emergency service office that shows the parcels of land accurately numbered. I'm not real sure what the process is at the moment as far as allocating addresses and advising emergency services what addresses apply where. But back in the day, they used to all get big A1 maps next to their phones in their offices, which may not be very effective in communities like but in our smaller communities is a very quick reference for that. Then, to my way of thinking, we need to actually determine the extent of houses that aren't adequately numbered. We do have conversations with different people who are advising us of difficulties, but the actual extent of houses that haven't been numbered at this stage is unknown. But when we quantify that, need to determine some costs associated with potentially numbering those houses. And I will say here, councillors, there is a very high level of risk with council accepting responsibility for making sure that residences are adequately and clearly numbered. But there is some options that we just picked up as far as getting houses numbered, and that may range from just making numbers available through the council office for anyone who wants them, all the way through to engaging a not-for-profit organisation to actually go out and install the numbers under council supervision so that they do end up with the right numbers.
So just through the chair, can I ask a question regarding that? Thank you. So when you talked about the risk, I'm assuming you were meaning if there was one house not numbered and they couldn't find it and the person dropped dead and council would be liable?
Yes, and more to the extent that if council says we have numbered everything, people take their numbers off. People remove their fence, those sorts of things. How does council monitor that and continue to number them?
Right, so then who was responsible, and I believe state was involved in it, if I remember correctly, but property numbering? Why aren't we
allocating a number?
Rural addressing numbers.
In two different scenarios. Generally, people apply for a rural addressing number when they open a new access. Council install it, the first one, but we don't have an ongoing, generally monitoring system to replace it if it gets knocked over.
Yep. So then my next question is, so we've already started doing an audit in, Capella's had an audit done on their numbers, I believe that Comets had an audit done on their house numbers. And
Bluff as well.
Bluff as well. So there was a number of houses identified that were actually using, especially houses on the corner, who were using their incorrect entry. So they were saying they were entering from Street A when technically in our planning their entrance was Street B. So we've identified those people and notified them that they need to change their address to their correct entrance. So are we at risk if they don't change? Because I believe that there was some objections of the colour to change.
Generally under the Australian standard, and it gets a bit hard when there's not a mail service.
Yeah, extremely.
But a corner allotment can be allocated 2 numbers depending on the street, and the resident controls their access, their main access, and that determines what their final address is.
Righto. So I'm being the big push from council to get these numbers done because emergency services have been pushing me to promote it. So why can't council just have a standard policy, and we've always raised the issue in Capella, there's no mail delivery, so no one's got mailboxes, and not everyone has a fence, so you can't put them on a fence. You put them on the guttering and a tree will grow in front of them. Maybe it is like rural addressing and we have a picket out the front with the number on it. I mean, I think we also have a responsibility to ensure the safety of our residents as well. Like, it's...
Yeah, councillor, I would agree with that, but I think there is a line there for how often we actually do this.
Oh, so that goes in the policy. That goes in the policy. We write a policy and say, right, we will issue street numbers. We've now identified everyone's got a street number. We've sorted that out in Capella. That in Capella has already been done, and then the project just went cold. That's been done. Now all we've got to do is write a policy to say, right, everyone must display a street number. We will, this is where the street number will be displayed. We'll have a star picket out the front. And that's how it'll be. You come to council and we'll issue the first lot of numbers. After that, it is the responsibility of the landholder to provide the numbers. There was a draft policy written about 4 years ago that never surfaced to get adopted. This isn't new, this has been ongoing for some time, and it's simply a policy that needs to be put in place. And then you put in that policy how you want it to operate. I just don't know why it has taken so long to get to this point. It's just absolutely baffles me.
Councillors, I actually went through this for the township of Capella 12 years ago, and we issued every house their numbers. Some chose to not put them up, some chose to put them on their gate, on their doors. Not saying that they won't be more accepting now, but one of the most effective things we've done, and in other lives since then, is do a big media blitz, explaining to people how important it is to actually have their dwellings identified, whether that is rural or urban, and to some extent putting the onus back on them, and saying, you know, if you do not feel that your number is identifiable, council will come out and have a look, or council will give you the numbers, but saying, you live here, you need to think about this as well. Until then, I think they more or less took it as, well, who cares, we don't have a mail service. And once you put it back into that emergency services requirement.
Well, that's where the push is coming from emergency services.
Yes.
Because someone will lose their life because they can't find the street. And with communities, small communities now, we don't necessarily have a permanent AMBO or a policeman living in our towns, and they don't know the streets. We're not like we were 12 years ago. We are now a moving population, and we need to have our town identified with the numbers, our houses identified. I just can't understand why it is such a hard task. I truly don't.
I think, through the mayor, if we can bring back a report to.
Which I've requested. I think this might be part of what I requested.
What Councillor Soft has raised is quite correct. This has been brought up many times over the years. It came to a head when we had an incident at Tolmans Road, and some of the confusion, I think it was Tolmans Road, some of the confusion around accessing the patient there. There's been a lot of work done, and I'm sure that can be picked up again. And there was a pilot project council might recall in the last council where the council was working with the Queensland Spatial Industry Council or Department, that we were working cooperatively on fixing the rural addressing challenges. I know that Michael Parker, through the assistance of staff, in one of his terms here as an acting GM, did a significant amount of work on the rural addressing side of things. Former GM Brad Duke has done a lot of work in relation to the urban addressing. It really does probably need to be grabbed with both hands now. I think Councillor Seifert, if we can come back to council with a policy on both rural addressing and urban addressing that provides the guidance necessary to the administration to get on and do what needs to be done. There will need to be budget associated with it, of course. So I think that would be a good starting point if we can. And I do think that there has been a policy drafted. So if we can,
There has. I've read the policy.
if you got that information, bring it back to council, have it approved, and then it will be, and then we can get on with it.
Thank you.
Point of order, we're actually delivering the rural addressing project as we speak under Works Queensland. So there is the urban one,
I'm not even
one. The rural one is running out.
I know, it's two different things.
I do know
Two
that.
different things. I'm talking about residential.
Yep, that's what I was
I
trying
want
to
that
find
done.
out. And I do know that the urban one has been around, kicking around since Brad Duke's days. So Kim has picked it up for me. So we hopefully can pull that lot together.
All good. Next item, water utilities.
Peter.
Good afternoon, councillors. So these are just two, I guess, semi-related updates. So following on from the workshop we had where we looked at two things, the detail of water restrictions, but also the need to update and modernise our drought management plan. We've engaged a consultant to get us underway with that. Here we've just summarised what came out of the workshop and the work we've done since as to what we're including in the work. So this is essentially starting now, runs through to about December. Our first steps are actually trying to organise meetings with DNRME and the water part of that and Sunwater to look at some of the sort of high level information. And obviously we'll look at workshop dates and council meetings between now and then to get you involved in as we get more information and develop the plan as we discussed at that previous workshop. So I don't know if you have any questions on that, but that's just to update you that we are underway and a list of things we're looking at. And just the update on water levels and supplies through the region. So obviously the rain we had late April has topped it, put more water back in Fairburn. We are still sitting at around that 21% at the moment. What I've said there is with that inflow, Sunwater actually, under the operating rules, increased the medium priority allocation from the 34 up to over 80% effective beginning of this month, which has put, I think it's about 70,000 megs of water back to customers, which with only 2 months of the water year left, my gut feel is that'll be a lot of people wanting to carry that water over to next year, and with the dam level hovering at the moment just above the level where the carryover is either 70,000 or 25,000, that could affect what the HP allocation levels are next year. Currently we're still talking about MP being probably zero, so we're just waiting for a little bit of information from Sunwater as to what projected allocations for next year will look like before we look at changing the restriction level we're on at the moment. And then just the other ones, we harvested again in Capella, so that went up over 60%. Rollston, we refilled the main dam and using pumps to ease it up into the smaller kidney dam, which is where we're having water for the cricket oval come from. I just missed getting the April figures for the Genfields bores in, but with the rain, they've actually gone up roughly about half a metre. So they're similar to where they were this time last year. And just started to put some of the Springshore dam levels, bore levels in, with only the 3 data points. It's a little bit early to see how they're reacting, but we'll keep monitoring that later as well.
Right. Any councillors, any questions on those water levels? High levels? All right, thanks, Peter. Well, that's the end of your departmental update. So, councillors, that recommendation on page 142 is that we received that update report. Does someone have to move that? Moved by Councillor Governor Smith, second Councillor Roll. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Councillors, 14.6.1. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Tim. Relates to the, and I think the CEO referred to this a little bit earlier on, was the departmental update in relation to the CEO's office. You can talk to the Western Queensland Local Government Conference first. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Council, just picking up on the key points from the Western Queensland Local Government Association annual conference that was held at Longreach early in April. Council was represented by its Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Grimble, Payne and Rolfe, along with myself. I think if you can take stock of some of the notes I made there in relation to Mayor Councillor Ed Warren, as Mayor of Longreach Regional Council, he had some quite important things to say at the start of the conference, and I might just reflect on that. I don't intend to go through the report in a great amount of detail, but I'd just like to recognise that narrative which it's important because while we're on the eastern fringes of the Western Queensland Local Government Association footprint, we do take great interest into the challenges faced by our western neighbours. He spoke passionately about the welcome rain that Cyclone Trevor brought. He acknowledged the damage that was caused, and also in doing so, he acknowledged the strong leadership exhibited by the 6 North Queensland mayors who have led their communities through a period marked by unprecedented devastation in terms of stock and infrastructure losses. And Councillor Warren reminded delegates that the drought is still yet to be broken. And it wasn't so long ago we looked at the drought map for Queensland, and it's hard to comprehend how dire the situation is. He recognised that Western Queensland is more connected now than it's ever been in the past. Coupled with a unique living experience offered by the West, the future is bright for the expansion of the economy. However, current threats are population decline, withdrawal of services, variable climatic conditions, and the devolution of responsibilities on the local government. He spoke of the need to drought-proof communities and to reverse the population decline. Proactively, the West seeks to explore digital disruption opportunities with the aim of achieving regional diversification. He inspired the audience by offering that this conference and its program sought to unlock some of these opportunities which could see a future where local government enables change as the conduit via which the world engages with Western Queensland. So some bold statements to set the scene for what was a very productive couple of days at Longreach. Dr. Davu Mihalanak spoke of the 4 key forces shaping the global economy and the opportunities and challenges for Western Queensland, and that was really it was timely and appropriate information, but information that regurgitated from that McKinsey global research. Disruption 1 is the age of urbanisation. Disruption 2, accelerating technological change. 3 is challenges of the changing population, and 4 was greater global connections. Catherine Husson's presentation was quite interesting. She spoke about the Queensland Government's renewable energy agenda and small-scale solar growth is almost 30%. So almost 30% of all Queensland houses have a system installed, and that's growing. She spoke about the future targets to transition Queensland to a low carbon economy, and they are by 2020 a 20% renewable energy footprint, 2030 50% renewable energy, and by 2050 economy-wide, the goal is for net emissions economy-wide, a big bold goal for Queensland. She also spoke about the government's commitments moving forward, and those 3 commitments are about stabilising electricity prices, uniform tariff policy and community service obligations, and maintaining energy security and reliability. Moving to the bottom of the page, there was an enabling opportunities panel, and that was comprised by Tony Martin, our own Liz Alexander, agribusiness coordinator from Central Highlands Development Corporation, and Mayor Ed Warren, along with Charles Burke and Alison Mobbs, who have been heavily involved in the Ag College the future planning. So this is quite topical, I suppose. So the panel was moderated by Professor John Cole, who we all know, of USQ, and I note there that there were inflections of hostility evident as he spoke about the government policy transition those ag colleges. And without regurgitating what's there, it's important to have a look at it. The panel was able to move away from, I guess, being disgruntled with the government policy into a space where they started to be more proactive around future solutions and opportunities, noting that the situation at Longreach was quite different to the Emerald situation, different dynamics in each community. Also note that the Mayor will attend a meeting on the 16th of May, and that will unlock information about the processes that the PMO, the Project Management Office, will follow in order to reach its target, I think, of December. By December this year, they will have identified the economic transition plans and what the future might hold for those assets in the respective communities. The table down further in that page, I tried to be a bit clever but run out of time. We all know that the taxation revenue split in amongst the 3 tiers of government in Australia, that being the Australian government, the federal government, receive 83% of the revenue, the state government 14% and local government 3%. And I will find those figures that relate to the respective asset maintenance or asset management responsibility for the tiers of government, and it will further highlight the inequity, I guess. But we know that the figure for local government is 33%. Craig Jim's presentation was interesting. He used a model, the Lewis categorising cultures model, to talk about how to effectively leverage international tourism opportunities. That was quite interesting, worth the reading if you've got time. And that created some interesting conversations, and I'm just above the section that has Tony Gambling involved. There was a comment there that when tourists come to visit Western Queensland, it's about the authentic experience. And there's a fear that if the influx is so great, that could be lost, for it's the host cultures that the visitors come to experience. And if there was unprecedented tourism growth, it puts at risk that ideology that locals are part of the tourism service experience. It was interesting that that view wasn't shared by all. One mayor, and a number of mayors agreed with this, one mayor was outspoken and saying, bring it on, we're ready, we want the rapid tourism growth, we're positioning ourselves for this. So interesting to see those different views. Tony Gambling from Regional Development Australia basically informed delegates that the RDA has the potential to support councils. And in relation to the Fitzroy and Central West RDA, he stated that they're undertaking a refresh, and that'll involve consulting with councils so that they have a relevant list of projects that they could attract funding support for. So it's important that we continue to leverage those opportunities. The QRA presentation was quite interesting. The slide pack is on page 185. If you get a chance to have a look at that, they've got some interesting stats about the devastation that's been experienced by Queensland over the last 10 years or so from natural disasters. Sterling Hinchliffe never missed a beat and talked about justification for the legislative reform that's been rolled out on the local government sector. And it was good to follow up with Minister Hinchliffe at the social gathering later that night and to talk further about where local government legislative reform is headed. And it's safe to say, we know this, it's no surprise that the state government really has only just got started. There's a lot more to come that will impact on local government, and we'll navigate our way through that as we have in the past with any changes. Bottom of the page now, Liz Alexander, probably a bit parochial, but I write here that my impression was that this presentation was perhaps one of the best at the conference. In terms of looking around and reading the audience, everyone was quite engaged. And Liz's presentation you should have seen before, but it's on page 201. So it was well done to CHDC and CHRC for that contribution to that conference. There was a food production advancing agriculture panel, of which Liz was part of. I note there I talked about provenance. I've got to admit I've been saying provenance when I should have been saying provenance. And a little bit of an English lesson, so you'll appreciate that, Councillor Rob. Provenance is obviously about divine guidance, and I'm trying to talk about sources or origins, so I'll get that right in the future. It was interesting. The panel addressed what they referred to as an ignorance in Australia around the production effort and the capability of regions. And I write here, through a lack of knowledge and poor statistics which are not reflective of real output. And that's a body of work that's been undertaken here in order to show government what the real productive effort is of the Central Highlands area, which does not reconcile with what the Australian Bureau of Statistics have. So it's a tough job for our federal and state government policymakers when they're trying to make policy based on out-of-date or ill-informed data. So Professor Garno, who was part of that group, acknowledged that there is a change. However, the only way to combat the ignorance is for regions to stand up and tell their own stories. He reflected on economic circumstances leading to corrections and a slow attitude shift that is occurring around addressing the infrastructure backlog to connect producers to markets. Anne Lay spoke strong, as she always does. She was quite critical of the current government's approach to legislative reforms because she referred to the overreach or the government trying to introduce reform on local government. That was not the recommendation from the Crime and Corruption Commission, Operation Belcara. So I guess you would expect that from a shadow minister. Professor Garneau, a little bit further down, talked about regional economic diversification and investor readiness, and he referenced a couple of case studies. If you get time, they're worth a look. And I should mention that all of this report is full of hyperlinks that were all tested, double-checked, and they all work, but in presenting this report to you, we've lost that. So I think Marnie has distributed the report to you in another, or she will distribute it to you in another format. Yeah, because it's easier if you can just click on the hyperlink and you can go straight to the site. It's been a fair bit of time taken to make sure that it's an easy read like that. So if you get a chance, check out Whyalla. It's a case study about communities that have done great things in turning things around. Rapid was also spoken about in terms of untapped potential. Bruce Rock in Western Australia was referenced as a case study of resilience and ingenuity, born of the innovative local government leadership driven to ensure that that community did not go the way that many Whig belt towns have gone, which is in decline. Like other speakers, Professor Garneau reiterated the potentiality of high-value horticulture provided the water is available. Similarly, he identified aquaculture as a significant growth area along with hydrogen production. And his local government call to action was that for business ventures to be successful, there has to be enabling infrastructure in place, or largely in place, including low cost or access to low cost energy. I might leave the report there, and I just want to make mention of a report that was circulated amongst delegates who attended the Western Queensland Conference. And this is a report entitled Assessment of the Financial Vulnerability of Rural and Remote Queensland Councils. It's been prepared by the AEC, and I want to table it here at the meeting, and Marnie will make sure councillors have access to it. And I think for Councillor Bell, it'll be of particular interest to you in your new role as a Grants Commissioner. Just to signpost the findings within the report, they're around population decline, the tyranny of distance, the extent or lack of extent of infrastructure investment and renewal pressures being faced by those councils, their reliance on grant funding, uncertain financial assistance grants, adverse weather conditions and financial sustainability. The client for the report is Mr. Greg Hoffman, PSM, who's former long-serving LGAQ employee, and it's been prepared on behalf of the Northwest Rock Group of councils. That's Carpentaria, Berg, Mount Isa, Cloncurry, McKinlay, Richmond and Flinders. The Rapid Group, the 7 councils, Boulia, Diamantina, Winton, Barstow, Longreach, Barcaldine and Blackwell Tambo, and the Southwest Regional Economic Development Group, and that's Bulu, Quilpie, Merway, Maranoa, Paru and Boulogne. If I just hold it up, you can see that it occupies a huge footprint of Queensland, so quite an important and useful reference for those councils collectively or individually advocating the government for more sustainable financial support. So I'll table that, and with that, Mr Mayor, happy to take any questions, and I'm sure other delegates will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Councillor, once again, a very comprehensive report. I think the CEO's leadership audience is widening. His reputation exceeds his writing skills now. He's been distributed far and wide. The CQ Rock now published a weekly newsletter that Scott puts together, or just about. Certainly there's plenty of information there in those reports. Scott has got actually a late agenda item report here in relation to the Q3 performance report as well, which we'll get into as well. But is there any questions on it?
What was that last bit?
We've got another quarterly performance report to go through yet before we get into our closed session. So, Councillor, any other questions on it? Because it was I think councillors can back me up here or otherwise, but I think Western Queensland Local Government Association is going through a bit of rejuvenation. It's certainly finding its mojo in terms of, I suppose, its capacity to advocate and be representative in a very in a much stronger way than perhaps they probably thought of in the last few years. And I think that's just a recognition of the value of certainly the regions that are representative and that a real collective capacity they feel is improving. So I know Rapid and certainly some of their other economic development organisations are certainly at a maturity, but I think there's a great political sort of cohesionness sort of starting to build again out there, and we're certainly very grateful to be part of it. So I think that's a pretty good assessment of it. So. All right. Well, there's a recommendation there that we received for the CEO's departmental report. Someone happy to move it? Moved by Councillor Gordon Smith, second by Councillor Swiper. All in favour? Yeah, thank you. Wide range, except.
I know, because like everyone had their hand up.
Yeah, no, it's pretty, that's a,
So
I think that's to get on with it.
But I think so, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, councillors, I'll deal with this later agenda item. We've already got a copy of that. The Central Islands Regional Council quarterly performance report. That's been uploaded on documents at the moment.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Mr. CEO, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I will, I might just ask Marnie if she could organise Trish to come up, if possible. Trish was going to co-present this report with me.
I'll see if she's still here.
Yeah, if she's not, I will survive. Just wanted to give her that opportunity.
I'll just find out.
Okay. All right, council, well, look, it gives me great pleasure to table the quarter 3 report for the 18-19 financial period. And despite what's in the actual cover report, it says this is the second quarterly report for the 18-19 year. That's incorrect, it's the third. And you will note that there's been a market improvement or there's been an evolution of this quarterly report. What we're trying to do is to get away from producing copious reams of paper in great detail, and we're trying to consider the reader or the user friendliness of the document. And we're using some call-out stats, and which is fairly commonplace with documents of this nature. And a lot of this improvement is down to the efforts of Patricia Wheeler. And Trish has taken the time to have a look at what some other councils have been doing. A couple of standout examples with the Sunshine Coast Regional Council and the Gold Coast City Council. I know they're bigger councils, but there's certainly more resource when it comes to having the capacity within their councils to produce these sorts of documents. So for CHRC to be stepping in this space makes me certainly proud. And with that, I'd like to certainly invite the general managers to help me co-present this report. I'll take you through the introductory narrative, and I'll pull out some of the key points. I won't read it all, and the GMs will do likewise with each of the key priorities. Once we get through that, there is the detail that sits behind or that underpins the quarterly report, and that's the scorecard for the quarter, as well as the long list of the 193 operational plan objectives, and this is what we also want to get away with. So consider this an evolution. The next one will be different again, and we want to try and get away from producing this because publicly it's a little bit off-putting. We certainly fulfill our legislative obligation, but there's other ways of doing it. For example, we might be able to report on a bunch of things and have some dot points about key achievements and focus areas rather than the line-by-line accountability. Obviously, that level of detail for anyone that's interested will always exist, but it's not smart to use it for the public reporting. So here goes. I've talked to you about the more engaging and interactive style to convey this information. Central Highlands Regional Council has some unique characteristics, one of which is our low average age demographic, around about 32 years, and our low unemployment rate. And that's leading to a challenge where we're finding it difficult to attract staff. Thanks, Trish. Just come on down here. We're finding it difficult to attract staff to the Highlands. However, within an environment where there's been significant vacancies, I'm proud to report that the organisation, through its people, have been delivering on many of our KPIs and many of the performance expectations, and they deserve credit for doing that. As I sit here, we're about 60 staff short of where we should be. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of outgoing General Manager Jason Bradshaw and the contribution he made to the organisation through his involvement, and also welcome Margaret Gadd as a new addition to the team. And Margaret joins the team with 25 years experience And also, she has come from within the organisation, so that's a success story and a demonstration of our willingness to want to promote from within, where candidates have the ability and the attributes to take on those roles. So we welcome Margaret to the team. I acknowledge there's been some slippage in the delivery of our capital works program, and at the start of the financial year, the original budget was circa $98 million, and that's been amended to 92 million more recently today, around 85 million. So while that's still a big number, it falls short of what the expectation was that was created or agreed to by council at the start of the financial period. Good news is that a significant investment, approximately $2 million, is being put into condition assessments to create reliable data around where to spend our limited resources on asset rejuvenation. And that's going to provide council with a lot of confidence on how to target its spend. Our natural disaster relief and recovery arrangements is another interesting story. You would normally consider flood damage or restorative work as extraordinary to your normal business. Well, that's been our normal for the last, since 2008. So more than a decade, we've been in an environment where our business model has been largely based on having a responsibility to carry out restorative work. And at the moment, touch wood, we're leaving that behind. So unless there's a natural disaster, that's going to spell some changes for CHRC. We're quite proud of our achievements with the Black Gully wastewater treatment plant, a $20 million investment. And at the moment, it's undertaking its commissioning, and it won't be far before we're cutting a ribbon on that significant investment for the Emerald community. A lot of work is happening with customer service in terms of council implementing a new strategy, a new framework, a better culture around our obligation to serve customers and, where possible, provide that one point of solution with our customers. So lots happening in that space. Turn On Technology One, a new corporate software. We're working on readying the organisation to implement or start using that new software, which is expected later this year. Council's been fortunate to be the recipient of grant funding, which enables it to invest heavily in key infrastructure such as the airport and the sale yards. Community engagement continues to be an important responsibility for council. We are grappling with changes we're making to our waste services at the moment, and I expect that that's going to cause some concern within the community as access to services that have been fairly free and easy, as in readily available, will be taken away. So we'll continue to work on that and inform council on how that rollout is taking place. And in closing, on balance, and given the labour market circumstances, I believe council is performing very well. It does have opportunities for improvement, like any business does, and we're certainly developing those opportunities while focusing on maintaining our current service standards. And with that, council, I'd now like to hand over to the first GM. But just quickly, before I do that, Trish, you're a little bit late, and I just wanted to, I've recognised your input and your role into the evolution of this document, and the fact that it will undergo further changes as we make improvements in the future. But did you want to make any comment or remark about that, or any aspect of the report before we continue?
Only that it will definitely be a lot more meaningful in the narration, a lot more collaborative. What I did learn was that the organisation is not very good at beating their own drum outwardly, so I think that going forward, we'll start learning to beat our own drum and get some more information out there.
Quite true. We are very modest, and it's a local government thing, I think. It's a good point. Okay, so I think we'll kick off with you, Daniel, first.
Well, thanks, Scott. So I'll do a quick highlight on the key priority one, which is strong environment communities. In terms of what we heard about our community satisfaction survey, so that's now complete. The next steps we just explained around the management team getting together, corrective actions. I like to talk loud, Mr. Nixon, sorry. Importantly as well, there's 470 participants that have signed up to the Have Your Say, and that has exponentially increased since Have Your Say started. So we're looking to continue to drive that out. As well, 21 youth development events occurred across the quarter. So that's our youth development team partnering with 10 different organisations, delivering the 21 events with approximately 920 people in 7 of our communities across the region. So I just want to highlight that in particular from a delivery perspective, that the Strong Vibrant Communities and the youth strategy is a real centrepiece of how we want to continue doing work in a strategic fashion. Quite importantly as well, we've touched on the Toto project, but the council did achieve its critical milestone, and that has been a rather challenging predicament for the organisation, knowing the resource constraints. So our staff being able to pull together and complete the milestones for that project has been very rewarding. Both the livability strategy and the reconciliation action plan were adopted in the third quarter. Highlights from third quarter for that one, passing to Gerard.
To the Chair, Councillors, key priority 2, building and maintaining quality infrastructure. As the CEO has already aptly referred, a lot of big projects and programs of work has been delivered. I'll just touch on the aspects that he didn't touch on. I'll firstly go to our regional product. The latest Revlon data published in June 2018 shows that our GRP is 3.6 billion. That represents 21% of Central Queensland's gross regional product and 1.12% of, sorry, Central Queensland firstly, and then 1.12 of the total state, gross state product. Under waste management, we are aware that the waste levy is coming into effect on the 1st of July. A positive, which also showed up in the community survey, is that recycling is becoming a much more relevant to our community, and that's showing up in the container refund scheme, which has been in place since November 18 and showing a positive direction of more waste being diverted from the general waste stream. We did refer to our condition assessment to inform long-term asset management renewal programs. We had a very successful auction of redundant fleet, including road trains, that generated a potential saving of about $5.5 million in annual costs. There's a few state control road projects that was designed. 20 kilometres of the unsealed section of Fitzroy Development Road has been designed and being reviewed by state government. And that's me in terms of my highlights.
Thank you, Gerard. You're handing over to me in regards to supporting our local economy. So councillors will just highlight some of the great work of our Central Highlands Development Corporation in regards to they've contracted for delivery in 2019 a review of the economic profile to be updated. They're also undertaking project planning in progress of a review of the actions of the economic master plan as well. They're successful in obtaining $405,000 from the Australian Government incubator funding to deliver Ag Frontier and Ag Tech incubator programs on remote startups. In regards to regional development, councillors will be aware that we were successful in achieving just over $5 million in grants for airport upgrade and Salyard runways. And we thank the Commonwealth and the state governments for those fundings that were provided for a number of projects at those facilities. We also acknowledge the business listings, which have increased by 12 on the Central Highlands Development Corporation Business Directory, and also acknowledge in regards to facilitating investment and employment opportunities, the opening of the Springshore Bank through the Capricornian, I'm sure is bringing great benefit to that community, as well as acknowledged for this quarter, more than 400 jobs have been advertised on the CQ Job Link program. Passing on to, must be Margaret Gatt by now.
No, it's
No, Daniel.
key priority 4, which is protecting our people and our environment. So 487 animals impounded. While statistics are good when they're going up, this is also a good reflection of our service ability to respond to our community requests. 156 animals adopted, and we also were able to reinstate what was the Rural Services meeting at the Emerald Town Hall in Q3, so that will now become again an annual event, looking to build more momentum moving into that in 12 months' time. We had 16 development applications processed in the Q13 decided, and also with continual progress against the local planning instruments, three major amendments in the planning scheme. The local disaster management plan was reviewed and approved, bringing it in line with the Emergency Management Insurance Framework standards and guidelines. 40 local law infringements were issued, and a total of 3,200 dog registrations have been reached, so that continues to rise. We've never seen those before. 67,000, well not in Q3, but important to note, 67,000 just received for some pest funding, pest plant funding as well. And also funding for the Emerald Headspace has been announced for the one-stop shop. That's key priority 4. Moving to Mark.
Daniel? Councillors, our key priority number 5, leadership and governance. I think it's important that we just reflect on the statement that we're trying to achieve here, that we accept and embrace our responsibility by exploring efficiencies through advocacy, technology, collaboration and responsible financial management. And further, we commit to keeping our community informed about our activities and performance and employing robust governance policies and procedures to ensure legislative compliance and organisational integrity. And some of the key themes that underpin that are that we look after our finances, and what we're happy to report is that our long-term financial plan was updated as of today at Budget Review 3, and it will be updated again in terms of the 1920 budget. Our commercial activities continue to perform well, with livestock numbers processed through the Emerald sale yards continuing to be steadily going up. 29,408 head of cattle through the sale yards for this quarter. In terms of advocating for our region, an advocacy strategy has been drafted and will be presented to the executive leadership team in council in Q4, and that will cover a range of issues, in particular, as we know, in the lead up to the federal election, including water security, emerald agriculture, college, sustainability of the regional economy, and community health and wellbeing. In terms of accountability and integrity, we've continued work on the development of a formal governance framework that has commenced and is expected to be completed in Q4. And the Chief Executive Officer and ELT have established priorities which will also form part of our performance plans and will be reviewed regularly. In terms of our strategic risks, I'm happy to report that our risk number 1 in relation to this priority, cybersecurity and privacy threats, whilst it maintains at that target level of a high 12, we continue to work on mitigating that by increasing awareness, and as we're all aware in the chamber for that cybersecurity presentation recently around what we need to be mindful of there. Risk 2 is travelling down, which is good, which is around enabling our culture and communication. So change management, resilience have been the focus over the last quarter, and communication and raising awareness on planning and corporate values has continued through the intranet. Moving on to our next priority, our organisation. Most importantly, our people are chosen for their ability, experience, dedication to quality service delivery and conformity with our values. We support their endeavours by providing a safe and healthy workplace where self-improvement and innovation are fostered and rewarded. Important to, again, note our values: respect and integrity, accountability and transparency, providing value and commitment and teamwork. Happy to report that our under employee satisfaction, our survey action team is working hard in identifying ways to recognise reward, or to identify identify actions to recognise reward. That doesn't sound right. Recognise reward and effort, yeah, sorry. And the next action that we'll be looking at is looking at attraction and retention. In regards to safety, the safety and wellness team provide weekly internal reports to staff via a safety share post on the intranet, and our work health and safety performance indicators are reported regularly to council. Some good statistics here in terms of results of our annual customer satisfaction survey, that 97.5% were either satisfied or extremely satisfied with the level of service provided. 100% said the customer service representatives adhered to professional standards and or conduct. 77% were taken care of, 70% were taken care of immediately, and 86% indicated that their query was resolved by the customer service representative. For continuous improvement culture, we've got a 6-year plan in place for a rolling employee engagement staff survey, including full surveys and pulse surveys. And again, in regards to this particular priority, our strategic risks continue to move down in terms of their scoring. And it's the same with, so that's around skills and attraction and retention, and also meeting current and adapting to future technology demands.
Thanks, Margaret. Thanks, General Managers. Mr Mayor and Council, if I could, I'd like Tricia just to talk to you about the high-level performance statistics for our operational plan, and then after that, it's over to you for any questions that you might have about any of the material that's been presented in the report. Thanks, Tricia.
So overall, we've had 14% complete, and as you'd expect, at 73% between 50 and 95 at this time. On Q3, you'd probably expect that would be the case. Most of the activities due to be completed in the next quarter. However, there are a few no's in the on time and on budget, which are being monitored and looked at and hopefully rectified in the next quarter. The up-plan delivery was 61% for capital and operational.
Yeah, I think that's fine. There's a lot there, and I appreciate too, Council, that this report was issued late, and it should have been part of the agenda pack, so in future we'll endeavour to get it to you with that bit of extra time so that you can interrogate it and highlight what you might want to ask questions about. Essentially that's it. There's a lot of information in there, and as it's been stated, the art or the skill will be in us working out how we can make it even more user-friendly for the public to digest and get an understanding of how our local council is performing. So the detail will always be there behind the scenes, but not always putting it out there publicly unless it's sought after. It's more important to develop this style.
So through the chair, this summary section, like how will you try and promote this so people get the?
Well, it's an interesting question, Councillor Daniels, and it hasn't been the custom for some time for a journalist to sit in the gallery. This is a public report and it's released publicly, so for any studious journalists that wanted to write a story and ask questions, they could and they should. So it'll be issued publicly, and that'll be a small press release to introduce that it's a public document, and it's really a wait and see whether or not anyone chooses to respond or ask questions.
I was just thinking maybe there's other more proactive lines.
Yeah.
To put good news stories out.
There is.
Kind of operational good news, yeah.
I mentioned very briefly in the community survey report that the communications team are looking at other ways of getting informative news out to the public at the moment.
Any other questions? It's a big document,
And also, they're happy for any feedback. Councillors will have seen many reports from different organisations over time. There might be elements of those reports that you think that CHRC can consider as it evolves this document, we'd be happy to hear that feedback. If not now, at any time.
Format certainly come a long way, and even though we did get the report late, it was really quite easy to flick through, and at a high level sort of get a really good feel for where we're at. Just the traffic light system works really well, the pie graphs, bar graphs, this gives you the infographics that are incorporated in the front part of the document. It makes it really easy for us to digest. The only thing that concerns me is the operational plan activities completion status. It doesn't look very good, that's all. 14% overall.
Yeah, I think the key point there is, as Trish has mentioned, within that band of 50 to 95% is where the bulk of our activities are. So some things might only need one more step before we would take the credit as saying that they've been completed, but we can't do that until that happens. So the bulk is caught up in that area. Yeah.
Well, I guess the reality is, I mean, if there is some feedback, I'm sure Trish's like to hear it. It is, I agree with what the deputy said. I mean, had you only just picked this up, it's quite easy to sort of, I guess, if you're interested in remotely interested in topical and operational parts of the business, you can find it. You can probably get a snapshot, notwithstanding the traffic light situation in some cases, but certainly it's a pretty good snapshot of what we've been talking about in about 4 or 5 different forums over the last 2 weeks. All right. Well, I think unless you want to add anyone wants to add to that, the recommendation is there that we receive that operational plan performance report. And I certainly would, before we put that, congratulate you, Trish, on your involvement here with this. And I know you work very, very closely with a lot of this stuff, and it's nice to see you taking a role in actually the ideas about how we might put that forward. So thank you very much, Trish. So that's an opportunity to receive this. Councillor Slaney to move that. Moved by Councillor Daniel, second Councillor Rob. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you, Trish. Thank you, Scott. Councillors, general business, because we've got a couple of closed session items, and that will be, I think, it. Any general business?
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if there's a role for this council to play in advocacy for the reinstatement of Telstra services in the Rolleston community through our wonderful network of Telstra friends. If we could just, from a local government perspective, highlight the fact that of the near 200 customers that are without service in the Rolleston area, whilst they articulated that there was only, they recognised there was 4 businesses, being shopfront businesses, but the majority of those people in the affected area are trying to run a business and are finding it very difficult with complete outages since last week. So I realise Rachel Cliff and people like that are probably the most appropriate people to talk to, but I think it would be good if, from the local government perspective, that we might have a role in just giving them a nudge to try and urgently.
But I think there's a role, we can certainly make some calls.
Pardon the pun?
Yeah. Certainly we can make it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been an issue in Springshaw with banking again. The ATM, the only ATM in the street, in the ANZ Bank has not been functioning correctly since Easter. I think it's probably just for information, but I don't know if we can have a push there at all to anybody, but just make it publicly known that they're letting us down.
No, we can do that.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, well, councillors, we might move into closed session. If someone happy to move into closed session, move Councillor Brendan Pam, second Councillor Smith. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Streaming
You just yesterday.
All right, councillors, welcome back to our live streamers, and I hope you've been eating all your lollies, but councillors, we've got some recommendations here. Now, there's a slight change to the recommendation of the report on in relation to council rates and charges collection policy. There's a couple of words been added to that and support the recommendations contained therein. So that's the resolution you're voting on there. Councillor, is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brimblecombe, seconded by Councillor Nixon. So that the Central Highlands Regional Council consider the information and recommendations contained in the report for the recovery of the outstanding rates and charges in accordance with council rates and charges collection policy and the local government regulation 2012 and support the recommendations contained within.
That covers a lot, doesn't it?
That's actually duplicated. So the recommendations contained in the second line.
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor, that was about considering it.
Yes, right, I get that. All right, been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Right, then it was in relation to lot 10 on CP 892295 that the Central Highlands Regional Council engaged with QPS to review and accept the process required to give effect to a proposed transfer of part of lot 10. And the second part of that, subject to agreement by both parties to transfer from the state of Queensland to Central Highlands Regional Council. Further report to be presented, outlining costs, with the proposed strategic land acquisition for future purpose. All right, someone happy to move that?
Hang on.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Is council shy, read right?
What's that, Roxy?
Up in the executive summary.
Council shy.
Yeah.
It's your administration, sir. Yeah, there's one in Victoria. All right, councillor, so that's the recommendation there, part 1 and 2. Someone have to move that?
I think part 1 of that, Mr. Mayor, might
Yeah,
need to work. Saying engage with QPS to review and accept the process required to give effect. I think if we were engaged with QPS to explore options to give effect to, might be better.
Well, you just leave it in except to review the process.
Yeah, to review the process required, that's even better.
Yeah.
So
just leave it in except.
Just and accept, review the process required to give effect.
Yeah, with that. That attracted a bit more interest. I'll move by Councillor Roll, second Councillor Brimblecombe. We're away, a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Against? So I'll do that again. All in favour? Against? Good, thank you, unanimous. And the last one there is obviously just to receive that report regarding Technology 1. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Daniels. Second Councillor Brimblecombe. That the Central Highlands Council receive the report. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. All right, there being no further business, I'll declare the meeting closed at 6:47. Right, councillors, in the morning, 8 o'clock at Springshore, is it? Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.